Hello and welcome. So, had you been here a couple of ticks earlier and had I been broadcasting? Hey,
Nice ship.
Flatty, the ship literally looked like a shark. So, you know the way you see some of the films where, oh, there it is, I've got no fish, so I should be throwing it fish, and it'll go back down again and look for something to eat. And then if I throw some bait or something, it's going to pop up and then snaggle it. Is that a word, snaggle? I suppose it is. Wasn't it a TV kids programme, Snaggle Rock or something? Anyway, well, the reason why I left it as it was, which is fairly typical, is there is a bit of a bug every now and then. It's not every time, but often. You'll call a ship. The magic black box basically spawns in the ship, but it spawns it in after the lift's gone up. You're all right, matey. Anyway, how are you? Oh, there it is, look. So if I leave it for a long time, eventually it'll go boom. And you think, it's no biggie, which, to be honest, it's not in this circumstance. However, one of the things that I do is I put my refined storage in a ship, right? And the reason I do that is I keep the stuff that I mine separate from when we do mining together with some of the other guys, okay? So the ship is still bouncing around down there somewhere, but I've told it to put it away, and with a bit of luck, it'll just disappear with a magic black box. And when it disappears with a magic black box, if you're lucky and you call it again, it should appear on the top this time. So we'll give it a call and see what happens. Anyway, today what I'm going to be doing is literally just solo mining. Okay? I'm not using any add-ons. I'm not using any bits and bobs. I'm very much of the mind, why should I spend money on something I may or may not be getting? So, it's not that I'm a tight ass. But so far, I've found that I can mine everything up to some rocks being round about 11,500 mass. And when I was mining the other day, I was filling the ship up with one rock of one mineral. Okay, and the reason I'm doing this is because in a few weeks, mining is going to change, and not necessarily for the better. So not only will it be a lot less you'll get out of it, but if you want anything better than what's in this system, you've got to go over to Pyro and get it. And this is all to do with crafting. You won't have different rocks. You'll have a rock with a mineral in it and inert, but the amount of mineral is not great, and the quality of it varies. So you want good quality, you go to Pyro. So what they're trying to do is enforce a risk reward, but I'm not sure whether that's such a good thing, because I think they tried that with all the stuff. I mean, I make money and I want to go and buy the things that I want from a shop. So what do? They hide all the things that I want to buy in boxes all around the place. And I'm not exactly the person who runs around looking in boxes. And I've earned the money, I've done the grind, so why can't I buy what I want? Is it just a ploy to get people to investigate more? Well, that's fine, but if it doesn't appeal to me, then it's not helping, is it? And I suspect they don't get as many people going to Pyro as they would really want to test. If they want to test it, they should just say, right, we're going to test it, go over there, and that's that. You'll lose nothing. And you'll gain nothing. That's fair enough. Anyhow, so without all the nonsense with mining in terms of all the add-ons, what I hopefully will be doing today is making some money. Now, normally, right, there have been times in the past, 10, 12 years, right? Mining hasn't been around that long, the game has, but within that time frame, you used to be able to make a lot of money at mining. Then you couldn't make much. Then they changed the game goalposts. And at the moment, until possibly, I guess, when the next patch comes out.
It's all a test.
Yeah, it is. It tests your patience, yeah. I know it does, matey. No, I'm way past that. But the reason why I'm doing this, and I said to the other guys who I fly with, you've got priority missions here. And you've got these collect small scale type stuff. And for 4 Laranite, you can make 72,000. Okay? All you've got to do is go and get it. The vast majority of people went and bought it. And I know somebody who went literally all around all the different systems for 4 SC of Boras. I can literally pick up 32 SCU of Boras while I'm mining. It's not a problem. Admittedly, the refinery eats most of it. But the point being, once you've done these basic missions where you're handing in 4 or so, you get to these. And 19 Boras will get you 548,000. And at the moment, this is quite a relaxing way of going and getting it and doing it by mining. So I can find a rock with Boras in it, or I can't get those out of a rock. Find a rock that's out of doodads, asteroids. But if I can get some Laranite, and if I can get some Bexalite, then you can see I can make, look, just over 500,000. So that's what I've been doing. It's going to disappear. Mining's changing in about 3 weeks or so. So why not make the most of the time I've got and just go around and idly mine, which is why I'm doing this. It's a very, very easy way of making some money. Now, when you look down here,
Sounds a lot like somebody's getting rich from a deadly virus.
it sort of does. And the best bit is, I'm not after the points. I'll explain in a minute. When you look here, right, 56 Boras, and I'll make 1 million, and you think, oh, that's good. Is it? Because if I go up here, which one was it? I can make just over 500,000 with 19. So if I take 38, I'll make double that, which is more than that. So why on earth would I want to bother mining and taking 50, right, when I can take 19 and make more than 500,000? Doesn't make sense, does it? Except when you do these missions, you get points. And these points, right, they make prizes. And the prizes you get are bits and bobs of certain suits and a coloured, I don't know, could be a tractor gun or whatever. If you go to the journal and you have a look and you look for Alliance Aid, these are the points. So previously, you know, the transport ones are the same. Take 6 of these to here and you make so many points and some money. And if you're into hauling and you haven't got a particularly big ship, you can take maybe 4 of these. And again, they're about 70 grand a pop. And then these points build up. And then if you want to move into bigger stuff, you can make lots. But the amount of effort and the amount of work to make that money is quite a lot if you've got no friends, or even if there's 3 of you. And there's 3 different areas, and each time you hit one of these little marks, right, you'll get something. However, if you want to make some money, it's far more lucrative to just jump into a mining ship and while away the time mining. Okay, if you've got a mole and you've got 4 people, It's easy peasy, providing the people know how to mine. So all I'm doing when I'm by myself is just chilling, going out, doing a bit of mining, flying back, sticking it in the refinery, and I'll do that 2 or 3 times, okay? So let's start the ship up. Let's switch off my head tracking, make sure I've got my helmet on to cover all eventualities. And the best bit, it's not costing me anything. I've got the time to do it. I've got a cup of tea. I have a bad leg, but I'm managing to work around it. It's slowly getting better, although it's a 2 to 3 month heal time, as per usual. And what's better is the time it takes. Now, as I said, the refinery eats some of your profit, okay? So if I have a 32 SCU of borax, which would net me 1938 I'd need for 1 million, but 32 borax would probably get me about 16, okay?
Thank you.
But because it's so easy to do, it really doesn't matter. Now, some refineries will give you a buff if you go to Levski, but if I'm going to fly all the way over to Levski, right, that's just time, isn't it? So what I do is literally pop out of here, look around to see where Crusader is, pop over to Selin and have a troll around Selin, and we'll see Crusader. There it is. It's always like a little moon with a big circle under it. Obviously it moves around sort of in orbit, but the time it takes is really, really easy. And I've come across rocks that are telling me it's impossible to do. I've got no add-ons and I've managed to do it. I've got a video of one. It did take me some time, but I don't, you know, all these add-ons and bolt-ons, it just, to me, it muddies the water a little bit. You know, if you're trying to learn something like mining and you watch some of the videos about mining, it's very much of an old film with gunslingers back in the day, where somebody wasn't very good at gunslinging and he was given advice. If the sun's from the east, look to the west. If the wind's from the north, you know, lean to the south. And all of this stuff, until it's one complete confusion. So to keep it simple, all I've done is put a lancet on here. You might say, why haven't you put a helix? Well, I can do what I want to do with a lancet. So that's yellow over there. So all I'm going to do is just go around in a line now and look. So I'm just looking for Selin. So the little, there it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Possibly. Let's have a look. Daymar, okay. So as you go round, if you're new to this at all, you'll see the moons have a circle which is half filled in. And
It looks pink, not yellow.
what looks pink? I've missed something. What did I say? Oh, it looks pink, not yellow. What looks pink? I've missed something. Is that Selin? Yeah, there's Selin. All right. So we can't get to it directly there. So if we drop down, we'll see at some point, he says, it's probably going to be the other side, isn't it? Ah, it's all right. Okay. We'll see.
Crusader, you said it was yellow.
Oh, did I say it was yellow? Oh, that's because, yeah, my hood. I do apologise, Platty. I didn't want to confuse you. This one, unfortunately, won't get us, let us go to. We'll go around the other side, and there should be a point fairly close by, he says. But I can't see one there. Oh, there's one. There we go. Probably passed it twice already.
Just underscore Glenn said, morning.
Good morning, Glyn. So I want that orbital marker there. If you don't know orbital markers, there's 6 of them around every body, as in every moon or planet, and they basically help you to navigate. Which one was that one? Daimar, that's it. They help you to navigate around a surface. So we'll go to this one. And hopefully we should just bump across Selin. There we go. And all we've done literally is just go around in a line. We haven't bothered looking around for it. You just go around in a straight line and you'll find it. Alternatively, you can type it in. But I have noticed with the routing sometimes. You learnt things on Elite dangerous. What, for Star Citizen? Is that what you're telling me? Now, here's Selin, and if you look at these markers, at one point they used to be red if they were the other side of the planet, but now you just look at the, oh, that's not a point, look at the markers. 514k is the other side of the planet. You're scared of it? Well, you should watch, matey. There's things you'll pick up and learn. Right, you see 580 odd, okay? 500 and odd, right, so 199. So there's a chance that that is on the light side of this moon. And because it's 199 away, it may be just over the edge. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to jump to this place called Consumption.
Just understood and said it already was low.
At least nowadays you can actually buy a cheap package and then buy everything or rent stuff in game, to be honest. But it's far better to get some friends, far cheaper. Okay, so we're going to go down to the surface and go into flight mode. And another thing that's popped up recently is because too many people are blarting. That's a term means crying colloquially. So, you know, it's too dark in space for flip's sake. It's too dark. Oh no, I've crashed into something because it's dark. And you just think, oh my God. And they keep dumbing it down to suit people who can't be asked to learn how to play.
WTF.
So as we're going down, right, what's going to suddenly appear, and I don't want, there we go, is altitude. Okay, so I'm going to start slowing down. There's very thin atmosphere on this moon, and I mean extremely thin. So I'm not going to go too fast. There's very little resistance. There's no burn, nothing. Okay, so we can see here, look, I'm coming down to about 4-odd kilometres. I'm going to slow down and just lift my ship up.
Mel said, Flatty trying flying is no lurking.
Yeah, no worries, matey. Okay, so at the moment, one of the things you could do is if you look around, find out where the sun is. Looks like it's over there. So if we head that way, right, then it's going to stay lighter longer.
This is too advanced for Milo.
This is, mate, just basic navigation is what, if I was showing you something for the first time, apart from moving your ship, it would be how to navigate around places. So we're going to move down and we're going to get a little bit closer. Now bear in mind, if we're in the dark, it really doesn't matter, okay? I'll show you that one a little bit later on. I will do this 2 or 3 times, passes my day away, other halves at work till late. Right? So I'm going to do what we call a ping.
I'm still on learning to do basic movements long.
Well, yeah, that's usually lesson 1. and then you do some basic cargo. So when we do a basic ping, you can see a number of things. Anything that's close, like 6.6 away, or even 5.6, is likely to be some sort of mineral that's either mined by hand or by a rock. Now, bear in mind, I've just jumped in, so there's a good chance, excuse me while I move my leg, that the one over on the left that's showing up there may be something like a rock. Now, the 9 or 10 kilometre rule applies once you've been down here. Remember, I've just jumped into no specific part of this surface, and therefore, you know, anything that is close may be something, but very often it's going to be like hand minables. So as we go past, here we go, this here is a deposit. So it's one of the many rocks. There's quartzite, gneiss, granite, shale, felsic. All of those are going to disappear, right? And this is part of the reason why I'm doing this as well. So we've got some rocks here, and I'll get a little bit closer. And then I'm going to switch over into mining mode, okay, using the master modes. Point at the rock, and I'll explain what's on the screen in a minute, and I'll just wait. This is a bit of a downside with mining. When you break that rock up, if you break it up into 10 pieces, you've got to wait until it's scanned the rock, every single piece. Right, so we can see on here that the rock, the mass over on the right hand side, let me pause this screen a little bit, zoom in a little bit and pause that. So the rock is a mass of 3407, which is what, just under 3.5k. It's got some figures underneath: resistance, instability. It says it's easy to mine, which it will be, and it's made up of 44.03 SCU. Of that 44.03 SCU, right, we've got 32.2 of hephaestonite, 35.96 of aluminium, and 31.75 of inert materials. I'm not looking for any of that. If I wasn't doing this mission and looking for borax, bexolite and laranite, then anything ending in ite, hephaestonite, is probably worth getting. That's if I was doing it where I wanted to make some money myself. And I'd look at that and say 32.2%, that's round about a third. 10% of 44 SCU is 4 point something, right? Multiplied by 3. So you're looking at round about 12 SCU of hephaestonite, or just over. However, when you break the rock, it breaks into big chunks, and then each chunk can be a rock that you have to break up even more, or it can be something you can suck up with your magic sucker, okay? However, it might also have some aluminium in it. It might also have inert in it. And if you're only looking for, say, hephaestonite, then you have to weigh up, do I want to take in the inert and the aluminium? And you have to weigh up whether it's worth it. In this case, at the moment, that rock's of no interest. I'm going to look at this one. So again, we sit here. The only benefit from this is if you've got a cup of tea like I have, it gives you a chance to have a drink. Sorry for the slurpy noises. If you've got any questions, if there's anybody on, please ask. If there's something I say you don't understand, or you've tried mining and can't get on with it, just ask. Again, this is hephaestonite. Go down to here. The purple outline tells me I can suck this up. So it's part of a bigger rock that's been mined already, and it's something that I could suck straight into my ship with a magic sucky laser. again, it's hephaestonite. You can see the way that's made up. So 36% of it is hephaestonite, 10% of it is going to be 0.8. That's going to be just over 2.4, 2.5 SCU, and then I'm going to have 5.5 SCU of crap that is of no use. So I wouldn't touch that even if it had got the mineral that I want. Okay, note that the other ones are gold, and that means you need to crack them first. So mining is changing completely, and you won't get all these different rocks, and you're only going to have certain minerals, and those mineral content of each rock is going to be relatively low. Then you've got the refinery eating half of what you do, and you're going to have to be mining for a lot more time to get what you want, and then you're not going to find the quality unless you're mining in pyro. So really, I think, you know, they've killed mining a bit. I was watching someone's video on how they're going to do this, now they're going to do that, and I'm thinking, yeah, they have no idea. Because if I was a pirate, I would just wait for them to get all the stuff and then just take it off them, and that's it. And there's enough pirates and people to do that. Pirating isn't a bad thing. It's griefing is different, where they just kill you for the hell of it, but pirating is fair enough. Okay, there, Taronite. I would normally pick that up if I wasn't looking for specifics. So I'm just drinking my tea while I'm waiting. I've drifted off a bit. My other half will be on mining tomorrow, but I probably won't be streaming. Okay, there's another hephaestonite. So quartzite is likely to have different things into what I actually want. So I'm just moving back into flight mode. I just tap tab again, and we'll go and have a look. This one's 8.9. This one over here's got a few more things. Look, that over on the left is likely, because there's a cluster of unknowns. There we go, granite. So bear in mind that this is just a moon of somewhere local. This is one of the reasons why when I play, I base myself out of Seraphim, or it used to be Port Olisar. And the reason being, you can find everything you want, including Quantanium and stuff, in this area without the problems of having to go through vast atmospheres and transport systems. Everything's quite local, even yellow. So let's have a look, see what granite's got. There might be laranite in granite, there might be boras. Okay, so there's 36% of boras ready to suck up, but you got 61.57% of aluminium. So 36% divide 4.69 by 10 is 0.4. You got 1.2, not worth it. But it's a good sign because you've got boras. It's supposed to be borates, but boras is more fun, huh? Right, let's see what we got in this one. This isn't a particularly big rock, but it's bigger than the others. So I'm guessing there might be some boras in there, 47%, okay. The mass of this one is 24. I can get away with about 11.5. But if you look at the composition, 229 SCU, 47% of it is boras. So that will be 22 times 4. That's going to be over 88 SCU of boras available in that rock. So that is something that if you're in a mole, you'd be able to do. Or if you got friends with other ships. Now what they did was made it more difficult for using, say, 3 ships instead of a mole. So they tried to make it so that it was harder to mine. However, hopefully we'll come across some rocks where even that green area, even if it's really, really thin, if you've got the right technique, you can break it without a problem, right? So I'm not even going to attempt this. And it looks like it might be broken up, judging by all the labels. Can you see the way there's different labels there? I think that's the same rock. As soon as you scan the same rock, it'll pop back up. So we've got this little piece here. I think this might have been a rock once that was mined, but the fact that I see these minerals in it, if somebody else was to fly along and come across this rock, you wouldn't see the same thing. See the way that's all aluminium. So I suspect this rock's been mined before, and it sort of magics the numbers up. Imagine you're playing some sort of adventure game where you've got 3 dice with about 24 different numbers on, and you shake the 3 dice, and then that determines the composition of the rock. And that's more or less how this works. So you don't know what the rock's in until you look, so to speak. So it might have decided as I got closer, or even when I decided to scan it. I'm not sure at what point. Gold, normally I would get that, not interested at the moment. And obviously I wouldn't be talking quite so much if I was doing it myself. I'd just be scooting around. See, this has got 59% borax, and it's a rock which is 58 SCU. So that's telling me around about 20, 50, 60, call it 60% because it's 59.99. 10% is 5.8. Multiply that by 6, 5.8, and that's probably going to fill my ship. The rock is only a mass of 6k. So let's have a look and see what we've got to do to pop this rock, okay? So if you look at the hood, let's call it nomenclature. If you look on the top left, you can see something that says scan and max and optimal. And that is the distance that I'm moving. So as I move closer to the rock, look, can you see this little thing going up? Okay. So optimal, I mean, I've seen some people try and mine and they think optimal is between the max and the other dash, which it's not. Optimal is its own little mark, and depending on the rock, that could be in that shaded area, and that's a bit of a warning when you're in there. Okay, so you get to that point and you'll see your indicator go green. Now, one of the things I've done, and I haven't explained it yet, is I've tilted my ship. Okay, if we look at my ship, I've tilted it up so that I'm not going to hit the rocks below first before I hit that one. And the rocks always look really small when you're looking at them like this in 2D, but now you can start to see how big it actually is. Okay, now what I need to do is start to break the rock. Now it says it's really easy. My laser's turned up. I'm going to turn it down a little bit, and I'm also going to do something else. I'm going to hit a button on my throttle, and I've put my ship in reverse, because if I completely cock this up, I can get out of here fairly quick by going full throttle, full speed limiter, and go backwards. And because I'm pointing up, I'll be going up and away, not along the surface into another rock. The other advantage is if this is too easy to do, because it says we've got instability 8.5 and all the rest of it, I don't pay attention to that. What I look at is what happens with the mining. Now, did you see that instantly drop? That little green box, look. As soon as I switch the laser on, that drops. And you can buy things to make that green area bigger. Now, I can mine when it's like a fraction of that. Doesn't really matter. So what I'm going to do is move the laser up. Now, here's another little trick. I use a mouse where it's got a button, right? that I can switch off the little clutchy thing. So you know when you turn the mouse it goes click, 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 click. Well, this doesn't. And it means I can move it just by flexing my finger. And it can move in really small fractions, okay? So what I'm going to do is just turn this up a bit and see what happens with the rock. Now what will happen, I think, is it will suddenly start to go green and just keep climbing by itself, okay? So it's thinking about it, so I'm going to give it some more power. And you'll find as the rock starts to get energy in it, that green underneath, that charge level there, starts to increase by itself, which is what it's doing now. That's fine, so I'm going to add some more to it. And that will make it go faster. Now remember what I said about a clutch, so I'll leave it till it gets up to about halfway. The more energy it's got, the more that line is going to be bouncing around, okay? So I'll wait till it goes past where it says laser in. And then what I need to do, right, because you see it's changing all the time and I'm not changing my laser, I need to start winding back my mouse wheel until that stops moving. Okay, and I'm going to do that in a minute. So rather than let it just run by itself, I want it to stop. And when it stops, I have an idea of how much I can control it and how much I can't. You can see it's still running up, so I'm going to keep winding it back until I've got control of it and it's not going by itself. And there's two things I can do. I can use, as I said, I just put my finger. If you put your finger lengthways, not your fingertip, I can get to a point where I can just gently flex my finger and add a little bit more energy into that. Okay? However, if my mouse wheel isn't sensitive enough, my throttle is. And by moving back a fraction, I can actually change the power. So you can see where it says optimal on the top left, and I'm a little bit over it. If I move back down that line a little bit, it gives me control over the rock that I'm mining. Okay, so that seems to have stopped. So now if I wind it up about 4, maybe 3, 4, it'll start rising again. As I said, when I'm doing it by myself, I'm obviously going to be a lot more patient. I could flick it right up. And then what you want to do when you get up to the top is wind it down to that point I was before, make it stop, and so it just gently nudges into that optimal area, into the green area. Sometimes you'll need to switch the laser off, which is the easiest way, and move back at the same time. But other times, if you can control that power going in there, you should be able to keep it towards the bottom end of that optimal. So as it's going up, I'm winding the mouse wheel back. And then when it stops, I'll add a bit. And if I need to add a bit more, I'll add a bit more. What I don't want to be doing is going up, down, up, down, up, down. Okay, I can add another percentage. Another one, we're up to 67. Oh, one other thing while I'm here is I forgot to change master mode. One quick press of master mode, he says. Come on, do it. Oh, it's not going to do it. Something I forgot to mention. Let me just stop that there a little bit. Wind it back a little bit. Unpause that. There we go. I changed master modes into SCM because now my shields are on. I forgot to mention that. Just in case, you can see the shields coming up. Just in case you screw it up, it's not going to damage your ship as much as it would without the shields, alright? So there we are, 61. You see the way that just waited for me to explain that then? And this one's not that unstable, to be honest. I've come on some, as soon as I switched the laser on, it started racing up there by itself. So you can just move the ship back and then find that point where you can do this. Also, you can see the shadow going across. That's because the planet's turning and it's getting dark. It's going to start nudging into that green in a minute, and as it does, I'll just drop the mouse a fraction. Drop it another one. Drop it another one. And as that big line gets bigger, just drop it down. Okay, so now we've got some of these, and if I just push my throttles back a little bit, we should go backwards. And then we've got to hover over all of these and see what we get out of them. Keep an eye on those rocks sliding down the hill. Hopefully it's broken good. Now, that's 100% aluminium, which is brilliant. I don't want it, but that's a load of aluminium that's not going to be in my rock. And you can do this, as I said, I've done it with rocks up to 11.5. 35% is going to be nearly, it's around about 2 SCU. Okay, let's see what else. It'd be nice if we get 100% borax ones instead of, you know, mixtures. But if it's a mixture of something, at some point, hopefully, oh, what's it telling me? 95% borax of 7, which is really quite good. So I'm going to change the mode from breaky to sucky, or fracture mode to extraction mode. Beware of the crosshairs on this. The actual beam fires lower than that, and it's really easy to suck up the wrong rock. It's taking a bit of time, isn't it? Let's move forward a little bit, shall we? Not sure why that stopped. Probably a little bit too far away. There we go. Let's look at this one. Now you can see here there's 2 purple sides. That's because there's 2 rocks there. If I put my lights on you'd see it, but sometimes the lights get in the way. But there's 2 rocks, one line on top of the other. 6 points, wrong one. 32% borax, 59% inert. Do I want that? Let's look at the other rocks first before we make that decision. As you can see, it takes a little bit of time, and this is drifting off to the right. Just do aluminium. Okay, let's leave that for now. Let's look at that one. I know it might, you know, it's quite chilled really when you do this, to be honest. There you go, 6.72% of borax. So we can suck that all up. No, sorry, 6.72 SCU of boras. So between that one and the one above, then this one's worth getting. So hopefully we'll get some more. That one needs breaking again. That one there, that'll be nice if that's another 100% one. So as I said, how much have I got? 15.46 so far. That's all aluminium. Okay, I think we've looked at all of these rocks. Did we look at that one, or is it forgotten what it was? Might not have got to this. I might start it on the left. Oh yeah, aluminium, aluminium, boras and aluminium. That's so 35%, 0.6 times 3.5. So that's going to be about 2.4. That one, 32% of 9. So you're looking at round about a third, 3 SCU. That one's nothing. This one, we stand a chance of breaking this and getting a better percentage maybe. Oh, 100% boras, even better. 13 SCU, right? Now this is one where I think we'll have to be careful, in as much as the fact that it's just boras. So let's move forward a little bit. Again, remember to lift up. If you knock that head, your mining laser on something, you'll know about it. It'll wreck it, okay? And these rocks won't be here when you come back. So I've just changed this so we're in reverse. Make sure you drop your laser down. Also change to fracture mode, which is left alt and left mouse. Now, as soon as I hit that, I bet you any money it just races. Look at the size of the line I've got to deal with. So, let's point that at it. Now, I've not added any power to this yet. So, what I'm going to do is just drop off. Oh, wrong way. I forgot I'd already done that. About here. And that way, it will give me maybe a bit more control.
As Tomates said, how profitable is mining versus transporting priority cargo?
At this moment in time, for the next 2 weeks, I've collected, what, 15.46 of boras. And I can sell, right, 19 boras for 548,000. You want to get 548,000 on transporting cargo, you're going to end up with quite a few hundred pieces of cargo, right? Now, obviously I'm explaining everything, but normally it doesn't take me quite this long to do what I'm doing. But that's because I'm explaining it all. So think of it that way. Now, what you've got to be aware of is the refineries, right? The one I go to will take half by the time it's refined. It'll probably take over an hour or so, and my leg's hurting. Just bear in mind, let me put my foot up. It'll take a couple of hours. I mean, some of the stuff we've put in have been like sort of 10 hours or 15 hours or something. But I only need 19 boras for 548,000, right? You tell me, what are you going to do cargo-wise, right, to make that same money? If you got a mole, you go around eating rocks like crazy. You can fill this ship up. There we go. Look, see? Really thin line. A little bit more.
My buddy was saying that we could do long hauls with 1 mil in resources and trade it for 1.5 mil in one shot.
With resources, yeah, but I literally just mine it.
But this seems more profitable.
Yeah, it's not costing me anything, is it? Sorry, I missed that last bit. Just 1 minute. Sitting back in the space station, we've probably got 4 to 5 million worth of stuff at the moment. It's except that when I take it, I'm obviously not going to be on stream. Oh, look at that. Is my ship moving by any chance? I'm not going to do it on stream, obviously. And there'll be a few of us. But as a group, we've got a few million. And we just keep going after Boras. Laranite, Bexalite. Boras is the easiest and the least you need. If I want 1 million, I would do 2 19s rather than do the million. There's 1 million for 50. But why would I try that when I can get just over 500,000 for 19? So instead I'd do it for 19, right? Now I've got to watch this because those rocks are getting mixed up. Now this in theory should just be Boras, look. But the trouble is, do I trust the game, right, to make it?
Yeah, I've noticed that cargo stuff can be dangerous solo and define when streaming.
Oh yeah, definitely. And despite, you know, I'm streaming on YouTube, I'm streaming on here, and I don't know who's watching. I have been stopped before. I wasn't in this, I was just en route to where I was going. And I'll use a little Aurora to jump between places and then get the ship I want when I'm there. I tell you what, they were shocked when I started to attack the guy that was doing the quantum dampening, because the way I fight is really close, and he couldn't turn on me to get to me, so I had to get his mate to come and kill me, and they killed me. I mean, I got nothing on me, but it was the fact they were sitting there, and I told everyone on the server where they were, and they're like, no, he's making it up, as if. But they soon moved on. So with a bit of luck, all this will be Boras, and my inert materials are quite low. The amount of Boras I've got, if I would have done this rock first, I might have got more, but you know, it's the luck of the draw, isn't it? But as I said, I can get up to about, with this laser, and it's not the most powerful, but I can get up to, oh, I haven't even waited, have I? I can get up to about 11,500 max. That's 0 inert. I think this one's 1 as well. So this is quite a good rock. Yesterday I had 1 rock. I'd got 32 SCU of Boras, and I had to leave rocks behind. And then I found another rock that was massive that I thought I'll have a go at it. Took me a while to do, but I did it.
Almost feel done for grading the Intrepid versus the starting mining ship.
Oh, crapping the Intrepid instead of the starting, yeah. It depends, you know, I've got, I can't remember if I got 1 or 2 of the little starter miner ships as well, because I was interested to see how they play out. The difference is you can't change the laser on it, and I did change the laser from the default to this one. Now what did we have here? 100% aluminium. What have I got? 26. Oh, does it say 4? Yes, it does. There we go. So, how long? Admittedly, it took me longer than it should have done. To be fair, but that's because I'm explaining everything as I go. I think I'm also going backwards, so I need to check first. And it's dark, so when you want to go backwards, just gently move, and you see the way that plus there, look, flicked to minus. Then I know I'm going backwards. Now I can go forwards. When I first started this a long time ago, and we hadn't got this sort of hood, I remember filling up with diamond, in a caterpillar. This is going back donkey's years. So I pointed the ship up, went full throttle, and shot backwards into something on the ground, blew up, and that was all my money at the time. And it took me ages to get there. Used to buy and sell like scrap and make half a UEC per item. And back in the day, you couldn't make, the money you make now is ridiculous. I did make over $1 million quite often, but they wouldn't even cut it filling the ship at the time. But now everybody just makes so much money on everything, and then they'll just switch it down when it's time to go version 1. And hopefully they'll make everyone fly to the planets and you can't jump till you're 100,000 feet or whatever it is, which will be better. And then it makes you think, well, do I need to go there? Do I need to go down to that planet? And is what's there worth me going down to it? You know what I mean? Rather than, again, everybody moaning. Now, on this ship as well, right, there is the new lamp system. But to be honest, when you're moving around, just tabbing is enough to see everything. Using the altimeter is enough to stop you from crashing. What you don't need is this nonsense.
I hope I get my insurance renewed when we get 1.0.
I don't know whether the insurance is still going to be valid. Look, the thing is, it happens to everybody, and the way you learn is by crashing.
0%. I will buy a Javelin.
When buy the Javelin? No, my friend had the Javelin when it come out. It's a really nice ship. Buy a Javelin? No. I'm going to buy a Javelin. I think the biggest ship I've got is a Banu Merchantman. Although the Hull D might be bigger, I don't know. So I'm either doing cargo, sometimes I'm doing mining. I used to do a lot more PvP and fighting and stuff, but when they took all the weapons out the shop and all the good systems and hid them in boxes and places, I couldn't be arsed. I think I make the money, why can't I go to the shop and buy what I want? And there used to be the odd specialist shop where you could get certain things. And then they just wrecked it. And to be honest, it's not my bag searching around boxes in random places. In fact, I don't even wear some of the suits I've got. I just get stuff out the shop. It's not important, do you know what I mean? And if anyone wants to pirate me or hijack me, I just let them get on with it. What odds does it make? So I can reclaim my ship. If I die, I end up in hospital with everything except what have I got in my backpack? Oh, some water. It's pointless, isn't it? It's also it's like these people. I know there's a guy who plays with us sometimes. He's got 200 billion because obviously people have been duping and that. And you just think 200 billion. If you can buy everything, which he does, so what's the point of him even playing? You know, if you can buy everything you want, well, what's the point? You know, where's the enjoyment? Where's the fun aspect? Where's the skill aspect?
Matters said, I think someone tried to pirate me when I first started and took her off Area 18, but I didn't have anything, so they just left.
Yeah, a lot of them now. The scanning's much better than it used to be. And basically, it's not too difficult. But I just let them get on with it. I don't care. I don't put up a fight. I just say, yeah, take it. Enjoy yourself. You're going to kill me? Do you want me to stand in the doorway? Do you know, I just take the piss. Especially when it's people who are just doing it because they don't know what they're doing. They can't do any better. My button works. Come on, work. There it is. That should have come out earlier, but it didn't. Okay.
Have a pleasant stay.
So, as a rule of thumb, just top up anything, repair any damage, which there's a little bit. This always does it, so just jump back and then you can choose the last one. And you need to put your ship away before you try and put the stuff in the refinery. You can take the bags off these ships, and by bags what I mean when this opens. Oh great, there we go. So if you look, you've got these bags there, and you can take those off, as you can on the mole, as you can on the golem as well. You're supposed to be able to put them into a ship, store the ship, and you can get them from there. However, the last time I did that, not only did the ship disappear, everything else disappeared as well. So it's doable, but don't do it unless you need to, and you can't always guarantee. This is also bugged. It's a pain in the ass. So the screens, which were one of the few things that worked quite well for a long time, 2 patches ago, they go on this like pause. So you just have to wait. There's no point clicking here, there, or standing at a funny angle that I've seen some people say. You just literally wait and it'll come back to you. So when you go to a refinery, which we are now, there's a couple of things you need to be aware of. Take my helmet off as well. What I noticed, which is pretty good, is you can be running and take your helmet on and off and moving. You don't sort of have to stop to do it, which is quite neat, I suppose. Right, the way to the refinery usually is through the internal lifts at this station. Internal lifts are by the exit and the hospital. That's the exit from the Habs. There's not much variation in refineries, although I haven't been to the Levski one, but why would I bother? Oh yeah, Levski will give me more mineral than this one will. But is it worth the time and the hassle of flying through there, flying to the gateway, flying from the gateway, flying to Levski, unloading it, when I've got a moon just round the corner, right? And I can just keep on mining, if that makes sense. Right, you can sell stuff via here, but we're not going to do that at this point. We're going to go into the refinement centre. Every refinement centre has a list on the top left here. Let's pause this 1 minute. And on this list here, it says yield. So if you bring iron here, you'll get a 2% buff. If you bring Bexalite raw, you get a -6. Corundum +7, and so on. Okay. Now there's nothing there for Boras at all. So if you really want to make a bit more, you'll go to Levski, where everything's a little bit more, and it obviously is there to make people go. So you select the ship that you want, which you've just used to mine in. You set up a work order, and then you go down these options. This is the method for processing the rock. So if we use the Cormac method and we selected the boras and the aluminium, we've got it, we may as well just stash it and then use it for something later. We'll get a quote, and it says it's going to cost me 3,000. It will be done in 5 minutes. Okay? And you think, great, but then look at the numbers. That boras that I've got is out of a 2,640, it's only going to give me about 831, which is sorry, I'm coughing there, which is less than a third. Okay, but it's done in 5 minutes and costs that. And as you go through these things, this one will take a while. Look, Dixilix Solvination, some made up words. You can see I can get 1,188 from a 2,600 yield. Right, it's going to cost me 1,500, and it's going to take 4 hours 44. The one we tend to use, you can go through all of them, is Ferron. Okay, Ferron Exchange. We get quote, and again, I'm not even getting half. Okay, but it's going to cost me 3,006, take an hour and a half. Okay. So if I went somewhere else, I might gain a couple of percent. But it's neither here nor there. You just basically hit the button, right, and off it goes. And then you'll get a message pop up on screen in an hour and a half and tell you that it's done. So the other thing you need to do is when you've done that, you go to here. You select your ship. Try and select your ship. Just got to wait a bit probably, but I'll come out of this. Sometimes if I can't do it on one, I'll do it on the other. The other one will come back to me in a minute anyway. Oh, there we go. So we go to the prospector. Oh, maybe we don't. We wait for it to come back, which it will do in a few seconds. Can you imagine doing this every time you want to do a transaction? Oh, it might be back in a second or two. There it is. So I can sell the crap that is currently sitting in my ship. So I've got this much inert materials. So I can sell the unrefined material, which now means that my ship is empty. Okay. Anyone got any questions? When that finishes, I don't expect you to be here still, but it'll come up at the bottom. You can either put the refined ore in the local storage, which means at this station, and you'd bring it up on a freight elevator after and manually load it, or if you've got a cargo ship, you can select that cargo ship and it'll put the ore in there for you. However, bear in mind, at the beginning, when I called the ship, it was doing shark impressions, was under the floor, bobbing up and down. Okay, so sometimes it'll do that, and if you're lucky you can put it away. Do I need a drink? No. You can put it away, okay, and then call it and it's fine. Other times it will explode. So if you're putting all your cargo in that ship and you call it and it doesn't appear properly, just be warned that it might explode. Now, I was just going to call this, but I'm going to do something different. I might have to call it anyway, let's see. So let's go down to the small hangar if it's still here. Oh no, it's bad, isn't it? I'm going to go down to the small hangar. Now, one of the things I said earlier on is I bought a laser and put it on my ship, right? Now, normally when you come in, if the ship's not here, by now it'll spawn in and go underneath. Oh yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Now, there's a couple of things, right? If we look on here, we should see a laser, right? This is the Lancet, because we've got more than one, and this is the Helix one, okay? So I usually use the Lancet, which is on, what are these? Oh yeah. I usually use the Lancet which is on the ship now. So I'm going to change the Lancet for the Helix, okay? So I can either press escape, go to vehicles. The ship must be stored here, okay? And if we go down, don't think I've got this many ships. I have got quite a few, but a lot of them are loaners for ships that I don't have yet, like the Banu, etc. We can go here and look and swap it by selecting the Helix. If this was a rental, you couldn't do that. Rental ships, you can't change the laser. However, because of the other method, there's a way of doing it. So I'm going to show you the other method too. All right, and that way round, if you rent a ship, I believe you can actually go and change the laser. The only ship you can't is the Golem, okay? So we're going to call the Prospector out. Bear in mind there's nothing in it, so if it does what it usually does, play silly buggers, it doesn't really matter. Oh, and as if by magic, that's what must be happening. See, they've done that, and they've just literally plopped it on there. That's a bit interesting. Right, let me just have a look at my inventory. Let me see what's in here. Can't see what's in there. Let me see if it's... I suspect it might be a medical thing. I've got the big one as well. Yeah, it's a little mining one because I was doing some hand mining. So I actually want the tractor beam for this. And as you can see, I don't carry much in my backpack at all. We got tractor beam. This is a mining one, a mining one. We haven't got a tractor beam. Okay. Let's try it anyway. Right, so I can call the other head on my freight elevator. So if we look down here, we'll send it down. There's a reason I wanted the small tractor beam, is because very often the big one is too big. Very often when I've tried to change things, it wouldn't let me in the hangar. So you can see we've got lots of mineral. Okay. Let's have a look for Helix. There's quite a lot of mineral in here, to be honest. A lot of borax. There's the Helix. Bring it over. And then bring it up. It'll probably be... Hey, Johnny. So I wasn't on thingamajig. I'm just doing some solo mining. Just collecting more and more. Oh, look at that. They've changed it. So that used to come up, right, with it half buried. And the reason why it was half buried is its centre line, which is usually the point of origin, is along the centre line and along the vertical. So the point of origin was in the middle. And when it aligned with the floor, it aligned on the point of origin, which meant it was halfway down. Sorry for telling you these nerdy things, but they fixed it. So you need to get in your ship and you need to get in the seat. How are you today, Johnny? Lisa's playing tomorrow because she's off tomorrow. She wants to do some fighting and shit. She's going to do some more mining and then some fighting. And then what we need to do is unlock the ports. And you'll see ship ports unlocked. What that means now is I can detach weapons and things from my ship.
Johnny said it.
Well, she says she is. You know what she's like. She's done two 12-hour days. Yeah, she's done two 12-hour days. There we go, we got it. Probably never work again. So this is the Lancet. Put you there. Because I often talk to my ship parts. This should snap. Okay. Make sure you go and lock the ports. Now it might be that I won't have as much control over this one as I did with the other one, because the other one is not giving me as much power. It's a lot finer, it's a lot easier to use generally, but let's see, eh? Okay, we'll shut the ports or close the ports or lock the ports, whatever they're called. If anyone's got any questions, guys, please ask. If there's anyone on YouTube, by the way, it's in 4K on YouTube, so you see it as I see it. There's a little link in the description which opens up a chat window to Twitch, which basically allows you to talk more real time, and I'll be able to hear it, because when you chat on YouTube I don't hear it and there's about a minute delay, unless that's moved or it's any better. So we'll send this back down and then we'll see how we get on using the helix. Now, just in case you're not aware, how many times have you jumped in without your helmet on? And in some ships you might find that you end up dying. At one point until the last patch, every time you went in a ship that wasn't powered on, you suffocated, because it never took into account you was in a hangar. And so when the what's the word? Life support system was off, right, and you hadn't got a helmet on, it killed you. If you want to know if you got a helmet on, just look at the top left, it's a circle. When you put a helmet on, it becomes a sort of rectangle. Okay, and it's a very easy way of knowing. Okay, right, we did fill the ship up beforehand, and the ship didn't go playing sharks underneath the surface. Before we go, I'll just make sure. It's surprising how many times, you know, these little things, people who are really new wouldn't do some of these things, but having played for a long time, just because I repaired it then doesn't mean to say it's necessarily going to be repaired by the time I go out the door. There was one patch where you could repair things, and literally you thought it was repaired and it wouldn't let you out. Okay, we're in a queue. So I assume everybody's watching the stream, like, yeah, everybody. And then dashing in and doing some mining over here because it's easy money. I'll look at the cargo hauling on the AA missions and we'll see. One good thing about them is if you got a few friends and you share the mission, you'll all get the same points each time. Now I suspect if we did 50 Boras and made 1 million, right, we'd get more points than if we did 19 Boras and made just over 500,000, to be fair. But I suspect the other thing is as well, it always seems to remember where our last jump point was. So let's go here, zoom out a bit, cancel that. I spotted it because there's no way I can see anything I knew already because I couldn't see anything. And when I switch over to quantum, it means I won't have any targets to choose manually. And it's because it's still got that, where was I? It's still got that sitting there. So when I go over to quantum, which is that way, now let's just look around and we'll find out. There it is. Now this might, I need my leg again. Right. This might not let me go, we'll see. There's enough space there and it's not saying it's blocked. It's looking better. I went to the quacks today. I have to get it redressed twice a week and it's looking better already. I must admit my arm is looking really good because I did that at the end of Jan, bearing in mind it's March now, and I did my leg just, it'll be 2 weeks Sunday, and it looked like somebody had tapped me with a knife, trust me. So it's a little bit sore. It's right on the front where the muscle moves, which is why I have to be careful with my pedals. Okay, so let's go around and find out where selling is. There it is. There's its nearest point there. There will be one above, but I don't think it's gonna gain me much. We'll see if it moves me far enough away. It's really easy once you start looking for places like that because everything's in a straight line. So I don't think it'll take me far enough either, but it should mean I'll see this other orbital marker, which is down there. This is a gas giant, so it means I can skip through the edge without too much of a problem. Look. And they're selling. It just, these little things, right, stupid little things, really speed up the time it takes. You know, it can be very chorey if you're not careful. You've just got to learn, like if you want selling, if you can't see it, just get to orbital marker 5. And we're now going to do much the same as before. As boring as it is, you see fetches on the other side, that's on the other side. So anything 500 and odd, 600 and odd is the other side. Anything that is going to be 100 or so is this side. Anything about 200 is going to be just on the edge. All these you can see are on this side. That one there will be just over that turn, and that one as well. Okay, we'll go to that one. So it'll be just the other side of the edge of the planet, I think. Might be this side, you never know. Yeah, I think it's this side. Nope, just over the edge. Unfortunately, nowadays it seems you can't stop this quantum. You used to be able to stop it, and it would allow you to go to places that were situated in the middle of, say, 2 other places, and you could rotate around the planet to get to the point you wanted, but you can't do it anymore. So that there, 260, that's fine. I'm just going to go down here, move it back to flight mode. So now we've got a different laser, and let's see how it performs. That part? What part? Oh, hello. Welcome to the channel, by the way, Lady J Charmaine. It's your full title. What does the J stand for? Is it Juniper by any chance? If you got any questions, please ask. And which part you're on about the way that you could quantum before. Glass coat is a mineral for doing hand mining, not hand mining, sorry, rock mining or metal, Mickey. Hey, you're welcome to the channel. Any questions, please feel free to ask. You're not interrupting anything. If there's anything I do, if you're new, let me know. If you're not new, fair enough. If I do anything wrong, please tell me. Yeah, I was going to say, if you're not new, you can just laugh at me and tell me there's a better way of doing something. I am open to suggestions, abuse and other things more often than not. Well, that's what my subs seem to think. Well, when I say subs plural, I mean my subs on one hand. What's that there? Oh, that's
Jessica.
Ah, Jessica. Okie dokie. Right, so we'll go around, we'll find something to...
I'm not new, but I am a noob who doesn't know how to fly.
You're not new, but you're a noob who doesn't know how to fly. So, when you say that, do you mean you crash a lot? Or what? What's the problem with flying? Also, are you using mouse and keyboard? Using dual sticks? Are you using HOTAS? Or HOTAS as I like to call it. See, Aphorite, that is hand mineable. When we used to mine, back in the day, you'd only got Hadanite, Aphorite and Dolomite. And if we come across a patch of 12 Hadanite...
I hover a bit first. Up is down for me.
You dyslexic or anything like that, or you just getting your head around it? And do you use, as I said...
at the hangar one time and speared a pole.
Oh, you speared a pole. Excellent. And what did the Polish guy say? H? Do you use sticks, keyboard? What's the way you fly? I actually tried to do a video the other day and I started off basic. And the plan was then to go through how to set up stick throttles, pedals, stuff like that, and how to set it so it works for you. I could not fly with a mouse and keyboard to save my life. Seriously. Mouse and keyboard, oh my god. Now, back in the day when I used to play games like Armour and stuff, flying with a mouse and keyboard. Right, okay. Would you like me to make a recommendation? I would suggest a basic joystick. Use your left hand for the keyboard and get yourself a basic joystick. And you don't have to spend a lot of money. And you'll find that it's a lot easier. I mean, you can see the level of control I can do on this. Do you know what I mean? In fact, I was going to say, if you really want to learn how to fly properly in this, try something called DCS, which is a military flight sim. And if you learn how to fly a helicopter, right, which you can do for free for 2 weeks, it's very much like that, but without the gravity. So here, obviously, we can just stop. But with a helicopter, you can't. Well, you can hover. But the point being is it's very, very similar mechanics without atmosphere. Okay, right, so we've come across some rocks. We need to go to mining mode. Let's have a look, see what these are. No way is it composition inert materials already. Okay, this tells me someone's broken this rock already or cracked it. You can tell by the way they're clustered together like they are. However, look at that, we got borax. 91%, so 10% is 3. That means potentially we got about 27% of borax. Now remember what I said, borax, 19 SCU of borax is 548,000 EUEC, okay? So while we're here, let's look at these other rocks. Now, when the person left this rock, they didn't leave it with these minerals in it. Aluminium, which is fairly typical every time we come to granite. We get borax, aluminium, and obviously crap. Aluminium in that one. Here's another little thing that, that's quite good, borax. Says it's impossible. It's 14.1. It probably is in this ship. It'll be quite good to do with a mole. But let's have a look, see if it'll react to this new laser that I've put on, but I don't think it will. I've got 3 helixes on the mole, and very often you need 1 and a bit to do most things. Right, so we'll start off with the rock down here. One of the things I'll point out now, and this happened after when they updated the surface, one of the things I liked about it is the realism of the planet's surfaces. But there's an angle you can get, which I'm currently at. Can you see the lines there? Right? And if you go back as far as I do, when you got old-fashioned 8-bit games, the way they used to do landscapes was tiles. And it's such, for me, seeing this again, there was a point where this never happened, and then they updated, and they made things look great when you're in space, but when you look down here now, you've got this pattern that looks like someone's got a rubber stamp and gone all over it, and it just kills it, because that's what you used to get with an 8-bit game going back in the 80s, something like that. But I believe they have fixed it, because I know the guy who runs it, I don't know him, but he's a bit of a pedant as well. Pedantic, that is. Okay, right, so let's have a look. I think this laser may be a bit much for this. If you look there, can you see where optimal is? Optimal is in the dangerous area, right? So we need to stick our ass in the air again, like before, those who have just joined. If I have to go backwards really quick, I can. If I'm lying flat and doing it really close on a flat angle and have to go backwards, I might hit something. So we need to move closer until the indicator with the numbers on, and that's backwards, is green. And you can see it's a yellowy colour. Now it's going reddy colour. Now it's going into warning state, and then it's going to go there, optimal. Okay. Right, so I've still got some distance. I'm going to put the ship in reverse, and I'm going to check it's in reverse. It's not, is it? Put it in reverse now. There we go. I also need to change the mode because we're in nav mode. So I'm just going to press the change button once. Okay. And now we'll have shields coming on, which is a good idea. If we look at this, We've got quite a big green area, but this laser is more powerful than the other one. So this rock, I suspect, is going to start getting hot pretty quick. Make sure we're in fracture mode, which you can see at the top. And make sure your laser's down, which it is 20%. And let's see what happens. As I said, I've been mining with the other head for ages, but now I've got the Helix on. It may or may not be better, depending on what I'm trying to do. So we've got no response. That's absolutely fine. So I'm going to turn it up. Do it about 30. So we can see a little bit of activity at the bottom bobbling around on that yellowy line. See the green. Are my lights on, or is it just the sun? No, it's just the sun. Okay, so I'm going to move it up to 40. And then, as I said before, I just watch it and see what it does. Because if it starts going up by itself, which it is, you've got to be really careful, especially if you've got a tiny bit of green where it says optimal. Now, as I put more energy into the rock, as before, I'll put 50 in. And that's going to keep climbing. Okay, and that's going out of my control. So I'm going to wind it down until it stops moving at all. Again, just like before. I can wind it up a little bit more. And when I get to the point where it stops moving, it gives me more leeway. I've explained this before to some of the viewers who were on earlier. So I just want it where it stopped. As I said before as well, my mouse has got a clutch, so I can switch off the clicky bit, and it gives me a lot more control over the mouse, especially for mining. Okay, so that looks fairly stable. I've got two options. I can move the ship back, or drop the power. So I'm going to go up a little bit first, up to about 34. And you'll see that start rising again. Oh, that's 34. There we go. And again, watch it. It's so easy to overpower it. It's so easy for the rocks to go bang, wreck your ship, or blow you across the surface of the moon, spinning you while everything's black, and then blow you up when it finishes. I only know it through experience. Not sure if you was ever there, Johnny, but you probably were. It was Lisa blew us up. So you can see it's creeping up slowly, and it's creeping up in fits and jumps, but I should be able to. Do I need to add a bit more? What I don't want it to do is jump up while it's in the green without me controlling it. I'm going to go up to about 37. Oops, that's 38. That's 36. And then just as it starts to nudge into the green area, I'll start winding it back. The more power you put in, the more the rock will jiggle around a bit. And we want it to go more of a poof than a bang. Right, so now I'm winding it back just to 36. If that goes up much more, I'll wind it back again. Okay, 35. Come on. Wind it back maybe a bit more, but it seems quite good. 33. Back a bit more. 31. Getting ready to add a bit more. if it goes down too much. You see how slow that's going? That's fine, that's where we want it. Go down to 28. Feels like it's going to go server error in a minute. Hopefully not, it's a really good rock to go for. If you can't hear me talking, by the way, I'm probably muted because I have a persistent cough. However, I try and mute it quick enough. But if you see me moving around and I'm not talking, then I've forgot to unmute it. So that should just crack without too much drama. Bit of a delay there as well off the server, wasn't there? Okay, so let's move back so we can see all those rocks we've just got from there. Surprised that's something we can suck up straight away. Yeah, server's on a go slow, isn't it? That's why I think it was taking so long. So it wouldn't surprise me if it doesn't suddenly stop with a server error. Because, oh look at that, 100% Boras. It'll wait till I've collected it all and then it'll do it. So I'm going to move over to vacuum cleaner mode or extraction mode. Okay, so that's 4.9, so I need just under, say, call it 5. I need about just under 5 times that for 500,000, and it's well worth it. As I said, I'm explaining it all as I go. I'm being cautious to show you how you can do it, and it is quicker when you do it by yourself, from what I'm told. If you've got a friend, there we go, 100%. These are really good breaks, aren't they? If you've got a couple of friends who can do it with you, it's even better. Especially if they got a mole, or you've got a mole. Again, I don't use any add-ons or anything, I just change the head and that's it. Can't be bothered with all the faffery. Why that rock there, that is a separate piece, by the way. You can see by the purple outline, and it's drifting slightly to the right. Let's pull it over. So there's more than one piece of rock there. That's Boras. Oh, hang on a minute, it was all Boras. What am I talking about? Trouble is, I've still got to scan it. Having fun, isn't it? See the way the rocks are moving around as that shrinks. I think that's going to be Boras. I think I'm going to be full in a minute. At this rate. Just making sure though. Yeah, it's got aluminium in it. Let's try the other bits first. Trying to use my foot pedals with one foot, it's not great. Okay, that's Boras. So if the refinery gave me back what I put in, which it's obviously not, you can see there I've got 18.25 of Boras already, and I'll get 548,000 SCU for it. However, the refiner will take up just under half, or just over half. So that's why I do multiple trips. There we go, there's another one. How much is that? Just a little bit. What's this rock? Oh, boras. 2.99 SCU. Did we look at that? Yep. What did we look at? That. Aluminium. What's in this one? 45% boras. That's 7. What's that one? Aluminium. Right. That one we can't break down anymore. 56, just over half. That's going to be possibly 3 SCU. But then we'll also have around about 2 SCU of aluminium. So let's see if we can do anything with this big fat bugger there. Rock is 14. I will be surprised, but you never know. So let's try it, shall we? Says it's impossible. Just need to slow down just a little bit. Now, again, earlier, as I said, the rock looks one size, but when you look outside, you can see how big the rock is. The chances of me breaking this are going to be slight. So rather than waste too much time, what I'll do is start the laser. I don't need that much anyway, and that's extraction mode. So let's start it in rock cracking mode, shall we? And let's just whack it up full. You can see it's got some reaction. In fact, if this carries on, right, we might be able to crack this. But it's going to take time. And one thing I forgot to do, which I don't think I did, is I think this ship, let's have a look, it's still on going forward mode. So if I just tilt up a little bit like that, that's a bit like moving me closer. I also need to put it in reverse, and I hope it is in reverse, because if I have to move, I'm going to go face first into a rock with a load of boras. So I think this is crackable. It's 14,000 mass, but you just keep an eye on that. Also with a rock, you'll find it'll start to go orange. But let's see what happens, eh? It just means that if it says impossible, it doesn't mean it's impossible. The way it's looking at the moment, it doesn't look impossible. Now, am I in reverse or forward? I need to find out. Let's have a look, see whether this moves. Right, forward, okay. Put in reverse. Keep an eye on the green. Wind the laser down. Same process as before. I just want the thing to stop. Made sure I'm in reverse. Okay, it's still going up by the looks of it. You can see the rock is getting orange. If somebody just type then, I'll get back to you in a minute. Oh, you off, are you? Is that what that was? So I can't see that screen at the moment. I'm sort of focusing on the green lines. Can I drop it another one, do I think? Yeah. Unlike before, where I can afford to move back and turn the laser up, I'm already, right, I need full laser just to get to this size. Okay, speed that up a little bit. So I've got 5% of leeway, so just turn it up to 96. It's not a lot, but it's enough to make a difference. See, it just jumped up there. Now I might not manage it with this the first time it goes in the green, but we'll see. So again, what I intend doing is turning the laser down a little bit. I'm going to turn it up one more notch just to get it into that green, and then I'm going to swap over my percentages for distance to it. So once it starts going, I'm going to move back a little bit and then move the laser up a little bit if I need to. Whatever happens, I can't be this close when this rock goes bang. Okay, moving back. That's forward. This is back. And I thought I'd sorted that. Drop in the laser. Drop in the laser. Stop in the move. Drop in the laser. That surprised me as well. Oh well, not going to complain. Let's hope we get some good breaks. Let's try the lights. Let's press L for lights. Okay. So we really don't need too much. That was a rock that was a mass of 1,400. I missed how much SCU it had got. That there needs doing. All of these look to me like they need doing. As you can see, there's various minerals in there. I think these are older ones, yeah. But did you see the way that that cracked in one sort of lump? And that's one of the things you've really got to be, aim to do. Sometimes it gets in your way because you find there's rocks underneath the middle. So what you can do is intentionally blow a rock up. Look at that. 30, right? 30 SCU. All I got to do is break it. So let's give it a turn. Let's give it a try. Too far away. If we look from the side view, my laser's not touching. Okay. We need to go a little bit closer. If we go to where it's optimal, let's keep the laser down. Oh, a little too close. You can see how thin the line is for this. As I start to turn this up, do it to about 40 odd. 50 even, yeah, I'll do it. Resistance is 21. That's fine. Let's move in closer then, shall we? Up to optimal, because then it'll start cranking up. Just watching the marker on the top left. So again, in reverse. It's climbing all by itself. I'm looking over here so I can see the green lines. Make sure this is in reverse. Yes, it is. Don't want to get caught out like last time. We've got a bit of a thinner green line to work with. So I'm just going to let this keep going till there's a point where I want to stop it, which is around about there. See the way it's running away quick? So I've pulled it down from 51 to 28. Now to make me feel safer, I'm going to move out and turn the laser up. So I'm not like sitting on the rock. %, and it's climbing by itself gently, which is good. I've got more control over it. Now start winding it down a fraction at a time. Keeping an eye on the green. Oh, a little bit much because the green changed shape. Anyone going to sleep yet? Lost it at the end there, didn't I? Okay, that was a good crack. There was no the ship's being attacked or anything like that. So let's switch the light off and see what we see. I don't think we need much, do we? You see, again, there's a variety of rocks. Look, that needs breaking again there. There's a rock there. That's part of a bigger rock. If that's all borax, I'll just grab it. 99.99% of borax. Ship's going to be full before then. Ship will be full in a minute. Oh, 27, I was a bit short. Okay, now this is where I could have done with, say, a mole or with someone with me. We can do that rock. That's probably going to be borax as well. Oh, look, yep, and it's 4.3, which is just under the amount I need. Let's do another one. That needs digging. That needs digging. That bit should be alright. Only need a smidge, and I mean like just over half an SCU. So this is a little bit of overkill. There we go. I don't know why it warns us it's full. Now you could have, right, somebody working with you with a cargo ship, and they could fly out to where I am because there's rocks here. That there's a lot of borax, right? As I said, every single piece is 19 is just over 500,000. So what you do is get your mate to fly over.
If needed.
Oh mate, no, it's fine. It's all of this today's example. I'm just doing it because it's quite chilling, to be honest, for me to do it. I don't know what it's like to watch. The point being is you get your mate to come over. You need a reasonable side cargo, nothing smaller than a Mercury, I think. I think they might fit in a Cutlass Black, actually, because of the height. And what they could do, you unlock the ports and you can pull these sacks off and they can put empty ones on, and then you carry on mining. And that is in an individual scale. So if there's just a couple of you, then you could be working like that and leave someone to mine. If there's 3 of you, then, well, you'd want 4 people in the mole, and then you get someone else to come and swap the sacks out. If you start scaling that up as an organisation, and there's a video showing it before, they use a Hull C, and they put on one half of the Hull C, on the back planes, all empties, and on the front half, right, they put the full ones, and then they have a group of moles going off, doing the mining. And if they've got Quantanium, which is time dependent, a little ship will go down to them. They'll load it up on that ship and they'll fly off to get it refined, because you've only got 30 minutes to the refinery. And depending on how much you've got, if it blows up, right, it will blow your ship up as well. So, was any of that useful for anybody? A big silence. Let's move up a little bit before I think I'm going backwards. Not sure. Yes, I am. Right, another thing, if you are new, there's something called a velocity pointer. I think this is taken from the airplanes. So if I'm going to strafe up, watch the middle. He says, where's my velocity vector? Oh, it's disappeared. Let's move. Let's go up here first. Still in reverse. Oh, look, my engines have gone round. I don't know why. I don't think I pressed any buttons that did that, and now the button to change them back isn't working. No, it is. Okay. Right, that makes sense. Let's get up to space first. So there's the velocity vector. Did you see it appear? It's this little thing. It'll appear again in a minute, and it tells you which way you're going. Right, I'm going forward. You can't see it. If I strafe up, can you see it moving? It's gone up. So my ship is physically going up. When I go down, it should show a sign. And when I go left and right, but I don't think you can see it very well on here, unfortunately. Probably because space is dark. Right, where's the sun? The sun's over there. If the sun's over there, that means I need to go over that way as well. So I'll just switch over to quantum. I can utilise a comma ray on there to get to the sun side. Well, that'll do. These bigger jumps, you can stop it, but you can't stop it with little ones around planets, and I'm not sure why. Right, so I want CRUL1. Not sure if I'll see it here. Don't think I will. No, I can't see it. It'll be the other side probably. So just zoom out. It's only 1 million away from where we are. It's not that far. Is it 1 million or a gig? Oh, it's there anyway. Whatever it is. Oh yeah, 1.9 gig. Either way, it's quite quick. So we've got another load of borax. We've already got some borax that is being cooked. I'll lose just under half of the quantity I've got. But you add that in with the other Boros I've got, and you can see how easy it is to make money. And to be honest, that's one of the easiest ways. One of the easiest ways that you can make money, I think, with the AI. Minimal input, minimal cost. Well, zero cost. Just a bit of time and effort. And as I said, it's quite relaxing to do. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I'll carry on mining. But whether you guys want me to carry on streaming or not, I don't know. You can, you know, once you've seen it once, it's like repeating the same thing over and over again. One thing I did notice there, that there's no way I would have attacked a rock that was 1400 previously. I could do it where it was about 11.5. So I am amazed I could do that rock with a single laser. So that was the size, excuse me, I need my leg again. That was the single size one laser. Went the wrong way. Right, I think my pad's going to be down here again.
Thank you. Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Okay, as before. So look, repair if any repairs are needed. You have to keep an eye on it, because when you are mining, especially if you haven't got your shields on, it's really easy to damage your ship, and the bit that's at the front of the ship is your mining laser. And as a consequence, you'll suddenly find you go out and your mining laser's not working. I've done it. And you check and you find there's no mining laser on the end of the sticky out bit, because it's been damaged and blown off. Now my other half, she wants to do some mining. I showed her how to do it properly the other day. So she quite enjoyed it, managed to break some rocks. But when she came into the hangar, the game did one of its things that it does in its infinite wisdom. And just as you're coming in, reassigns the hangar to someone else, therefore you're trespassing. So it kicked her out, put her in the station, and rendered her ship full of stuff as damaged. And that meant she had to claim it, which meant she lost everything she did. She was not happy. But she wants to have another go tomorrow. Because before, what she used to do, and Johnny can vouch for this, the rocks that she mined tended to just go bang. And not only did they go bang, it completely shredded her ship. And she couldn't fly anymore. And of course, the stuff she'd mined was on her ship, and that was that. Wasn't it, Johnny? Yeah. She blew me over when she was doing hand mining. She hasn't played it for some time. She used to play it a lot. But there's been so many changes. And she's got a new joystick because the previous one wasn't working. And if anyone hasn't got a joystick, the Sol R is actually very good. It's not the cheapest. I think the T16000 is the cheapest, but the problem is you'll find over time the twist grip on it will break. You can get cheaper, and I always say start cheap, see how you get on with it, and then if it's something that you find you get on with, you can always upgrade it later. I'm using a Warthog HOTAS because I fly flight simulators. Well, a flight simulator. So I'd already got equipment to fly these things. Here's the previous one that's going, still got 29 minutes. As before, select the location, set up a work order. We've got a smidge of that. Let's go to the right thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing there, look. Not for the first time. We need to select what we want to do. That's a complete full load of that and nothing else. Oh, it's stopped. I accidentally hit this on the wrong thing. I was trying to put this into, you know, one of these in storage. I hit the wrong one and it says, "Are you sure?" And I went, "Yeah." Then I realised, and the stuff that it hadn't mined, it wasn't still there ready to mine. It just binned it. And you think, why didn't it keep it? And then you could carry on refining that little bit. This will take a while, I think. Hour and 44. Right, has anyone got any questions on anything I've been doing at all? I think I've explained it all. That was using a Helix. Prior to that, I've been using the Lancet. I've showed you the way. Oh, you would. What do you want, Johnny? Come on then, ask me a question. Now look, I've got lost. Where was I going? That's the mines. Yeah, I'm going to go and do that in a minute if you wait. I need to go to the loo as well. Did you want that as well? Already drunk too many cups of tea and she's working. Right, hopefully then, for those that are watching, you may have learnt a little bit from what I was doing. You may not. But if you got any questions, just jump in and ask, it's fine. If you're having any problems with SC at all, or DCS, I'm more than happy to help. Let me just go and get a snack lit. That saves using my own. I don't do green water here. Otherwise I wouldn't need to buy a burrito. Just drink this. See if I can get in the bin. Yep. And a burrito. Come on. It is a bit sluggish at the moment. When it comes up like this, it's in inspect mode. Always do a quick click on your mouse before you try and eat it or buy anything else or F. Because you just end up, and I'm going the wrong way again, you end up buying multiple things that you don't want. Right, I am going to have to go to the loo. And I'm also going to make a cup of tea. So hopefully the people who were on before have seen what I was doing. And go and try it. It's a very easy way of making money. I'll be back in a few ticks, but all I'm going to do is just carry on mining because it's so laid back. Do you want to come and mine as well, Johnny, or are you just doing nothing at the moment? We're not going to gain anything by moling it, but... Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to put the kettle on, nip to the loo.
Floating Robert.
You're floating, yeah, no worries, matey. I'll be back in a tick now. Right, so I'm back. Oh, there's still somebody left. Just about. Right. Okay, ready to go out again. Try and see if the ship's working. This is not working Saturday, at least I'll get cups of tea.
Welcome.
Try and call it from up here and we'll see what happens. And I'll just go and make some money. If anybody does come on, if you got any questions, please ask. And I can't spell for toffee because I can't see my keyboard properly. There we go. Just put pro for prosy. That'll
Your
work.
vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Let's get down there and we'll watch it bouncing around like I don't know what. Like a stranded shark. It was like something from Jaws earlier on. It was quite good. Quite funny to see. Don't think there's anyone on YouTube. But it's quite good to have the recordings. Oh my god, it's come up okay. We haven't got the helmet on, so make sure we put the helmet on. And if anyone's still left, I can see there's 4 people, 2 of whom I know. So if you're watching now, if you're just listening in the background, fine. If you've got any questions, please ask. I'll try not to bore the pants off you. Okay. I'll try not to bore the pants off you more than I already have. But if you've got any questions, just ask. If you're just sitting there quietly, that's fine as well. And if you want me to send you to sleep, I can manage that. I can send most people to sleep over time. It just depends, especially if you got headphones on. Right, let's start the ship again. We'll just check. It's always been on one. Look at that, restock 7. I've not fired anything, so why it wants to restock ammo, I really don't know. Right, we'll call hangar. Oh, I fixed it even though I didn't know there was anything wrong. Again, you can see by the marks that it's got the still got the map from when we came to this place, which it should cancel now that we've got here, but it doesn't. Just pop into quantum mode, look for the, you know, I thought I was going to burst into bare necessities then. Look for a circle with the little moon at the top of it, wherever it is. I'm not sure which way I come in there. Sometimes it's occluded. There it is. I say it's occluded by the station. Not sure if we can get past that there. There it is. Who cares if we just barge our way through a few tanks there. Okay, so once again, it's like sort of just a rinse, isn't it? Is that saline there? Nope, it's yellow, so saline's probably going to be this way, I think. Yep. Okay, let's go up. I don't think there's anything to jump to over there. There'll be one up here somewhere. There it is. And then we need to go to one over there. Oh, we can just see it. That's good. Let's pull that over. Tell you what, it's really awkward trying to use one foot to work your pedals. Apart from the landing bit, I try and use one foot, but it is a pain. Just rolling and pitching as we go. 3-5 out, it's going to be a bit too far. Fetch is the other side. That is not as far as fetch. Suppose that could be really boring and just fly down to the planet, huh? Find out where the sun is. Think it's up here somewhere. Yep. Don't know which way it's going. We find OM1. That's 5, so it's not going to be that way. If we find OM1 and hover about that place, there it is, then there's a good chance it'll be sunny all the time. So if we look down, I expect the sun to be over some of it and not the other of it, like that. And if we go in that direction, hopefully not to that security post. Oh, that's too far away. We can just fly down to the planet. But from here, basically, you can see the sun's got half of it in dark, half in light. And that dark and light will just rotate round and round about this point. So I'm going full tilt at the moment, which is, as you can see, 993. But I've got to be careful because I can't wait for the altimeter to kick in because it's too low. And going at this speed is going to cause me a problem. Can always use an emergency stop, which means change operator mode into SCM and it'll slow you down quite quick. And a combination of manic reverse thrusters. Let's go down and aim for that little crater there. It's looking quite rocky. I'm just starting to slow down now, as you can see. It's the crater I was after. It's quite good the fact that the crater that you see up there is the one that you get to. It's not like it's turning into something else. Throttle back quite a lot now. You can slow the altitude down. So we got obsidian. Obsidian's not always great. Probably have laranite in it. Could have is it quantanium? No, quantanium's usually in a soft rock. Let's go and see what this one's like here. It's just pointing out by itself. That will be deciding what it's going to put in it. Turn into mining mode. Ah, it's already... Looks like those were old rocks there. Here we go, laranite. Trouble is, 41% laranite, it's only 3 SCU. That means we end up with a lot more crap than we want, even though laranite's one of the minerals that we need. It's not worth picking up at that quantity. Okay, we got quite a few obsidian rocks. Hello, by the way, if you've just joined, I'm doing some solo mining. The reason...
_UK said,
Hey, Hayden.
345, hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, matey. So, before they ruin the mining, which will be in about 3 weeks, I am mining resources for the whatever the something assistance is, because you can make quite a lot of money mining, and it's zero cost. It's just time, which is quite relaxing if you've got time. Very easy to make, and I've already literally, filled a ship with a rock on my second drop. This is my 3rd visit, and it's quite good. You can literally make 548 grand by submitting 19 SCU of boras. So this rock here, 52.4 of boras, that's going to be about 18. So if the refinery didn't sort of lose some of the product, you're potentially nearly at 500,000 on a rock. The reality is that you're going to have some impurities, or more than likely, and you're not going to get 100% breaks. I have done earlier on, I must admit, got some massive rocks with 100% of boras. So for 19 boras, you get, what did I say, 548,000. For 50, you get 1 million, so you may as well just do 19s. It obviously gives you points as well. But to be honest, I'd rather do 2 lots of 19 and make just over 1 million than do 50 and make 1 million, if you see what I mean. Right, I'm just popping the master mode over to SCM, so the shields come on. This rock should be really straightforward. I might be overpowered for it, but we'll see. What size is it? It's what, 4K? I think the last rock I did was what, 14K, was it? Something like that. So let's move over here. As before, tilted up so that when I need to move backwards I can, and we'll start putting some laser power up. Let's see what it's going to take to crack this rock. Okay, I'll move up more. And before I was really cautious with everything, this time round I think everyone's seen what I was doing, so I can go back to doing it the way I normally would, which is a little bit more risky. Can't see that properly. That sounds like someone else is mining. Don't know whether someone just put something in the letterbox or wants me to go and open the door, but I'm not gonna. Right, that is in reverse already. So let's have a look. Some of these rocks we couldn't pick up. That one down there. That one there. Some of them need mining, but we'll see what's in there. Fingers crossed it's going to be a Boras. Wasn't he a comedian? Or a comedian character? 58 Boras. 58% call it 60. So that will be 10 for 2.4 approximately. So let's wait and see what else we get. Here's another rock. %. That seems like a jolly good deal, he said.
Extraction mode on.
So let's turn into that a little bit more. Make sure we're getting the right rock. This'll be where I'll find out that the rock I'm picking up isn't the rock that I'm pointing at. Look, there's another one, say. We haven't done that one. So we've just got a Boras, that's good. That one's 87.87 half, so that's going to be 4 point something SCU. You know what, for the sake of it, I may as well take that. 0.7 is going to be inert materials or roundabout. It should be less than 1 SCU. It's even better, 0.46. Okay, let's look at this one. Good if that was all Boras as well, wouldn't it? It's only me and you on now, Johnny. That's if you're still there. Aluminium. 78%. 29%. That's a third. 10.6. 1.8. Is that under there? Well, that's fair enough once you've seen it once, isn't it? Okay, that's 27% off 5. Not worth it. What's this bit? That's aluminium. Is that all aluminium there? Bloody hell. It's 56. This piece down here, look. Excuse me. There might be another bit in there. If we look from this side, nope. That might be worth taking actually. But then we got 30%. 30% of inert materials. So I don't really want that. What have we got in this one? Gold. Now normally 47% of gold from that I would definitely keep, but it's probably not worth it at the moment. It's gold again. 30%. Oh, blimey, it's big old rock, isn't it? 40 SCU, 10, 30%. It's about 12 SCU of gold there. I was going to say, someone is mining quite close. Not sure what they're after. It's only going bang. Right, okay. Let's move on. Do I need this? Oh. Right, still in reverse. I was going to say if anyone's just joined, as if. Not the best of views. Okay, what we got closest is over here. Go and check this one out. Oh, that's hand mining. That's hand mining, more hand mining. Looks like hand mining. Yep, Hadanite. Don't know how much it is. Used to be 275 a rock. Or crystal, should I say. And used to get like 10 or more. Okay, Felsic is soft. Can't remember what we get in there. And then we've also got something the other side as well. This is me being lazy with my foot. Could be. I can't remember if it's Bexalite or Laranite in these. Neither. Again, titanium was quite good. Used to be in the old days you'd be able to make 1.5 SCU per, sorry, 1.5 E whatever quantanium. I mean, that's quite good, but it's not what I'm after. What was it? You make 1.5 profit, I think, per SCU of titanium. And you make your profit just on numbers. We'll go and look at this shale. Oh, there's some more views. Hiya. If there's anyone just come onto the channel, just please shout out. I will happily explain everything I'm doing. It is single person mining. You can see we've got a helix on, and because of the AA missions, I'm just collecting borax, bexolite or laranite and trying to be as pure as I can, pure as the driven snow. So I've got just over 8 SCU of borax. I've already collected a couple of ships worth of borax, and when it's refined, it's worth about 500,000 per 19. Bexolite, how much I need more of that, I think. Bex, I need about 25, and that'll give me about 565,000. Now, I've been doing this for a while, and I'm doing it just to get in quick before mining is ruined. Because you probably won't be able to make this money. They're getting rid of the way this works, and it'll all be 1 mineral per rock plus inert, and it'll be the quality that changes, which is a bit shit, to be honest. This is quite relaxing. It's a zero cost other than time way of making money, but that's all going to go out the window. So 27.75 of 40, 10% is 4, so that's going to be around about 8 point something SCU of bexolite, which is quite good. So just bear with me while I drink this. I'll put the head tracking on pause so you're not staring at my groin all the time. Just bear with me. If you've got any questions on mining or how to, or anything about Star Citizen or DCS, please ask. Also, my hands aren't wet. It's this cheap ass suit that everyone moans at me for wearing, but it's cheap and it's off the rack. It is rather quiet. Those extra 4 that jumped on have now jumped off. Okay, right, let's undo this and let's see where we are with this rock. Are we backwards yet? Yes, we are. And that's the wrong one because I've just been sucking up rocks. Right, okay. This one's a little bit more unstable than the others. So as I start adding power, it's going to be bobbling around all over the place. And this is one thing wrong with this interface. If you look, it's really quite difficult to let's move that there. Let's freeze that. It's quite difficult to see things clearly sometimes. I have to move, look. Right, I'm going to start increasing the laser now. I'm going to stop there because you can instantly see that that's just racing up, and I will have no control of it if I'm not careful. So I'm going to move back, and as like before, all I need to do is get that thing to stop. So once it stops moving, in fact I need to put my shields on. I haven't done that yet. Because if this does go pop, which is more likely to than the others, then the shields will stop too much damage from occurring, I hope. Okay, so I've moved further back, well away from the optimum. This laser gives out more power than the one I had in previously. See what I mean? So I need to be able to control that and stop it from just jumping up. I'm more or less at that point, I think. But because of its instability, it's still going to jump, so while my ship's in reverse, I want to try and keep that on the bottom. Now, if I haven't got the control by using the mouse wheel, simply switch the ship and move forward a little bit. Oh, it's gone off. And that way that will give me a bit more power without relying so much on the laser. And as long as I can keep it towards the bottom part of the green, which it seems like I can, then this should just go pop without being too much of a bang. What you have to watch is some of the minerals that you mine, especially laranite. If you really overcook it, that mineral just disappears out the rock. So you end up with nothing. So that's bexellite. Okay. There's just under half, that's 1.5. See if I can get better before I pick anything up. So I'm after boras, bexellite or laranite. I've already got quite a bit of boras. I also have laranite as well back in my hangar. There's 71%. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's turn around a little bit. There's more rocks here, but you can't necessarily see them. %, probably not worth it. $46. It puts too much crap in the ship that you could be filling with better things. Something right down here on the floor, look. That's why you need to move around the rock sometimes. If you got any questions, there's only a couple of people on, which is fine. Please just ask. Say 5%. So despite the fact that initially it looked like it was a good rock, I'm not going to bother with it. It's too wrong way. It's the way it's broken is not very good. So we'll have a look at some of the others. And we want some rocks where they're broken into 100%, etc. Like we get with the boras. But it is potluck. Gold, that's probably quite useful normally, but not while I'm looking for the things for current event. Is it Alliance Aid? Is that what it's called? Because that's how I'm making the money. Laranite 34%, that's quite good. That's about just over a third. A third is going to be 10% is 2.9. So multiply that by 3.4, and we're going to get round about 8 SCU laranite out of that. Let's just check the other rocks while we're here. Again, it depends on the break. Again, gold. This is really slow. I'm sure it never used to be quite this slow. Contanium, which is really good value. And there's quite a bit there. It says impossible, but it might not be. But I'm not even going to attempt it. Not because it's useful, it's because I don't need it. make more money doing what I'm doing. Taranite, okay. Taranite, usually I would just pick up if it's in a rock. Because it's a knight, like laranite, taranite, aphestanite. All the knights are usually worth more than some things. However, that'll all change when mining changes, when 4.7 comes out, I think. Have you had a look at it yet, Johnny? Or is it not out yet for your level? I'm way down on the ranks now, so I don't get a look till it's nearly out to the public. Okay. Right, looks a bit closer than it actually is. Put it in reverse so that we go back. Make sure the laser's down. It's got some level of instability, but also... So it's a laranite we're after in this case. We're not interested in the inert or the aluminium. Oh shoot up, look. I'll leave it there, that'll probably just keep going up and up and up and up. So I'll do what I did before. Move backwards. Keep moving backwards. That's stopped now, I think. Yep. So I should be able to use my laser to pick it up. Need a bit more. There we go. So I've moved away from the optimal so that I can control it with the laser. So it's less power going into the rock. So each little notch that I put up is a little bit less than it was. Whereas if I would have stayed where I was, you could see that it was just running away with itself. So if you think of it in terms of when I was close in the optimal position, each notch or percentage of the laser, say, puts in 10. Now I've moved away a bit, each percentage of the laser puts in probably 8, which gives me a little bit more control over the power. So you can see I can keep that at the bottom now, and it's not jumping all over the place. Right, so we're looking for laranite. That's aluminium. Be good if we get just one lump of laranite, but it's unlikely. 19%. %, of 2.9. That's not too bad. I'll take it.
Extraction mode on.
A bit of aluminium. Oh, wrong rock. That one we want. This is the trouble, the way that the pointer, the laser's misaligned, and you end up picking up the wrong rocks if you're not careful, which you really don't want to do. What we got in there? You've just arrived on Twitch, welcome. 75%, so 10% is 0.4 times 7. It's going to be about 2.8 laranite. Let's have a look, see what else there is. So I'm just doing some solo mining before we get 4.7. It's a very, very easy way of making money. 66. That's what's that? Just over 1.8. It's not really worth it, is it? Not getting very good brakes on this. Nope, that's just aluminium. I'll just check see if there are any other rocks around there. On that one, 75%. Oh, I'll take it while I'm here. It's not a lot, but giving me more of a mixed bag. I know I've got some odds and sods of laranite at the hangar. The other thing is we've got lots of stashes of various minerals, but we don't have ones and twos, and we need ones and twos. Right, I think I was heading that way. Right, I'm probably going backwards. Yeah. Right, we'll go and find something else. That's a rock I've already done. So there's plenty, and I mean plenty of different types of rock and different minerals. When the new patch comes out, there's not going to be. You'll just find minerals you're after, and it'll be quality, and it's going to change the way mining works, which is a bit boring really. Or as I call it, it's probably just ruined, and they'll make a difference. They'll make a change at some point, I'm sure. It's a bit like this new exciting thing called master modes. It's revolutionary, and all that's to make us fly like World War II fighters, which is the biggest load of... What are those things that you put oars in? Rowlocks that I've ever heard. Because people don't fight cinematically enough. It's just nonsense, isn't it? Okay, that's nothing. Keep your eyes open down here. Anything 10 and above are going to be rocks. Anything from here that is closer than that are going to be some sort of type of crystal for either hand mining or rock mining. So you can see these two in the middle. There's quite a few on the right. This one at the front, there we go, that's no good. That's going to be a rock mining or metal Mickey. See the way they're closely packed? That's saying that's aphrite. That's something else, Gladstone or Gladson or Gladys. So these, which were 10 earlier, are likely to be rocks. That's aphrite. That's a hand mineable. It's quite relaxing doing mining. Probably boring to watch once you've seen one rock cracked. That's aphrite. After all that, what's that one look like? That looks like some hand mineral thing. See the way all the icons, yeah, aphrite. See all the way the icons are close together, and that one there, look. Oh well, I'll keep trying. See, it didn't last long, did it? In fact, we're finding loads of hand minables. Still, my other other flights found some really good stuff, to be honest. Got a couple of ships of Boras, which is 32 SCU. By the time it's refined, it'll be just under half, and that'll be worth just over $500,000 for 19 SCU. Let's have a look at these two before I go too far away. Okay, one on the left may be rocks. Nope. Left or right. I'll try this one. If not, I'll just turn back round and carry on the way I was going. This is looking better. Yeah, igneous deposit. Looks like there might be one rock. Still, if it's a rock with a shit ton of Boras, it'll be well worth it. Probably won't be though.
Extraction mode on. Mining mode on.
Aluminium and inert. Definitely not.
Mining mode
Let's go back the way we were going, which is towards the sun. See what we can find over here. All of these ones like slightly left, and there are more likely to be rocks. And the formula, or should I say the minerals that are in the rocks, will be calculated as we get there. There we go, we got some rocks here. Felsic. It's usually not very good, but we'll see. Probably a Quantanium in it.
extraction mode on. Mining mode on.
Taranite. Taranite normally, yes, but not today. That's no good either. Beryl. Good if you need beryl. From 4.7 all these rocks will disappear and it'll just be a single mineral and inert, which is not going to be much fun, to be honest. About my steering here. I'm having to use my right foot to go left, which is not easy. Oh, we got some Boras. 8.69. Oh, sorry, wrong thing. Beryl. There's a couple of times I end up looking at the wrong thing. Let's go and see what's in the rocks. Have you noticed that it stayed light all the time? Is we like sort of following where the sun's going, or should I say the opposite direction to the rotation of the moon?
Platty trying
Hey,
flying
Platty.
said, sorry, what? There'll be nothing worth mining?
No, not that there'll be nothing worth mining. instead of having all these different rock types, igneous, felsic, granite, and so on, the only rocks you'll see are going to consist of materials that you need to do crafting. And they'll have just the material in that you want, plus some inert. And it'll be, the quality will change. So if you go mining in Stanton, you're only ever going to get up to a certain quality. If you go mining in Pyro, then you'll find better quality stuff. So rather than just finding some random rocks that'll have, I know there's a level of randomness in it, like I was mining earlier, and I can make a load of money, it'll just be everything so and so, you know, over in Stanton, because it's not dangerous enough. So now you've got to go and mine over in Pyro if you want anything good quality for your crafting, which I think is a bit bollocky. If they couldn't get people to go over there for all the stuff they took out the shops, why do they think people are going to risk going mining over there? I'm not sure whether that will work, but it's going to kill mining a bit, I think. We'll see, we'll have a look.
Extraction mode on. Mining mode on.
You don't know? No. I haven't. I've been over there a few times. There's only once that it's happened. But now you know you're going to have a load of miners. And now you know that the materials that they're looking for are going to be high quality. What are you going to do when you see somebody mining?
Well, mining, I mean,
No, I know. But, that's sort of random. Do you know what I mean? It's not worth getting. So when you know that the miners will be there for something good quality, it also tells you that it's worth, right, looking at what they're mining, because they're not going to go over there and just mine any old crap, are they? They're going to be looking for the good quality stuff for crafting and so on, if you get my gist, which will encourage then also a lot more people going over there, snaring, stuff like that. So I understand risk and reward, but put the things back in the shop so we can buy some decent weapons and decent systems. If you're going to make people craft and then have to go over there. Not that I have a problem with Pyro as such, but I just don't think it's going to play out the way they think it will. I think there's going to be a lot of people moaning like shit, especially those who are miners. But we'll see. I don't think they've had people going over to Pyro as much as they want, and a lot of that is just people telling scare stories and stuff, I guess.
as time goes by, it becomes less of the game I want it to be.
And it's just dumbed down too much. It looks nice, but it's just getting dumber and dumber. As I said, I understand the logic of putting things in boxes to make people go there. I'm not one for going around loads of boxes to see what might happen to get in. I make more money doing the grind, so why can't I buy what I want from the shops? Do you know what I mean? That's why I don't do any of the fighting anymore. It's not worth it. Unless it's small stuff and it's PvE rather than PvP. Used to be good fun, but if you got to go hunting hundreds of boxes so you can kit your ship up, it's just not worth the hassle and time. Hiya, by the way, welcome to the channel. I am mining at the moment, solo mining for laranite, bexolite and boras. The reason being is if I collect a certain amount of each, I can sell them for, or I get 500,000 or just over. So if I get 19 boras, that's worth just over 500,000 alpha UEC. And mining, as we're just sort of talking about, is all going to change. If you've never done any single player mining before, please feel free to ask any questions. You can see I'm going in here quite close. Let's see what happens. It's telling me this is impossible. So, what size rock is it? Oh shit. 62,000. That's going to be impossible for me. Look at the size of it. When you're looking at it from here, you can't see that it's small. That is way too big. I don't mind going at about 14,000, which I did earlier, and got a load of boras out of it. But there's no way I would be able to do that. So I have done impossible rocks before without any add-ons or anything like that. Taranite. Again, Taranite's worth mining normally, but not when you can make more money off the things that we collect, like boras, laranite and whatever. That big rock down there would be good if I'd got the mole out and there were 4 people in it. Okay, we got laranite there. Again, that's 41k. Looks a small rock, but I can't do that. I can do about 14k at a push. So that's only 3,000. I don't mind because I literally want 17,000. I don't think I can do that either. I've literally picked up about nearly 60 odd SCU of boras, and I fill my ship a couple of times, sometimes out of one rock. And these rocks are just too big. As I said, it doesn't look like it when you're in the ship, but when you actually get down close and have a look, you realise how big they are. Not that one over there, it's never going to happen. I can see that from here. I'll have a look at it. It's just the sad music where I found out that the rocks are no good to me. That's fine.
Mining mode off.
Okay, we've got some rocks over there. Those are crystals on the right. Shale could be quite good. Looks like somebody may have broken it by the amount of rocks already, but we'll have a look anyway. Start with the left. So I'm trying to use 1 foot to steer with at the moment, and it makes it difficult.
Extraction mode on.
Okay. Just bear in mind that even if people have done rocks before, the minerals they found in them are not the same as the minerals you'll find in them. So don't write them off. There's bexolite, for instance. 30%, so that's going to be 12, 13, probably 14 SCU of bexolite. It's worth having a crack at. Can't see what the mass is because I'm moving. 6 total 49 SCU. I mean, that one rock is more than I could fit in the ship anyway. So just for the people who weren't on earlier, because I know most went after I'd gone through it a couple of times. As I move forward towards the rock, you'll see on the left, let's see if this works. Oh, I've lost my cursor now. There we go. Right, so, oh, what have I done? Am I steering the laser by using my head? I didn't want to do that. Ah, no. What have I done? Okay, I didn't know I was going to do that. So over on the left, you can see where it says max, and we've got the number 57. The number 57 is my distance away from the rock. So as I move closer, there's a little line that's going to go up. And I want to put that on the marker where it says optimal. Now it depends on the rock, the size of the rock, and a few other features as to where that marker is. It can be within that zone, or it can even be in the chevron lines at the top, right, which is quite dangerous. Once I'm at that point, I mean, this rock, it's only 6k, but as you can see, it's still pretty big. What I'm going to do is make sure that my nose is down and my arse is up in the air, okay? Then I'm going to move just a bit closer again to put me back on optimal. Now I'm going to put the ship in reverse, so that basically if I need to move away quickly, I can. And I'm going to move into clean space, okay? Now I'm going to start the lasing process when I put it into laser mode, or the crunchy mode.
Fracturing mode on.
And it says the instability is 60. Now, I don't use anything to make the green area bigger or anything. I've just got a laser on and that's it. I've got the Helix on at the moment. It's a little bit more fierce than the one I had previously, which was the Lancet. So I had a bit more control, but let's see how it goes. So I'll wind the power down, hit the power on, and the fact that it says it's got a high instability, right, means that as I start applying power, you'll see down on this shape as the laser power goes up, once it starts going, it's just going to go by itself like that. So I've got 50% laser, and that is just going up. As the rock gets hotter and there's more energy, that thing's just going to go up really quick. See? So all I need to do is find a point where that stops. It doesn't go up at all, or as close as I can do it. Now there's a combination of the rock as it gets cooked of it increasing, but I can also bring the laser power down, and I'm looking for that point where it doesn't move up anymore. As I mentioned earlier on, the mouse that I've got has got a little button that you press, then it disengages that little ratchety thing, and it gives me a bit more control over the mouse. So instead of having to push and click and push and click, I can just stretch my finger out or just pull it back in a bit. Okay, so we seem to be relatively stable. So now I'm going to go up another 2%, see what happens. And then I'm going to slowly work my way up until I can get the green line that's adjusting into that optimal area just under the red. And as it gets into the optimal area, I'll start dropping the power. Now it might be that the mouse hasn't got the resolution to be able to control it as good as I want, in which case I'll move further back and use more power and use my throttle, right, which is what I fly with, to manage the power by moving forward and back. At the moment we're in the optimal area, and therefore I'll get X amount of power. with each percent of the laser. If I move further back, I'll get less power with the laser, which is why I moved back, added a bit more power, and that makes it more stable for me to crack. So now it's settled down a little bit, we can start increasing this, keep an eye on it. And I know if I drop this down to about 42 or just below, that should stop going up quite so much. So as it's moving up, I'm moving the power down, and I need to balance. It's a pain in the ass when the green thing moves. I need to balance the amount of power, as you can see, and if I can keep that right at the bottom, this is going to be an easy one, except for one snag. I ain't got my shields on. but it's not going to blow big. But there we go, they're up. That was quick. It's not going to blow big because I've kept it within the green. Not only that, I kept it so that there was only a tiny little bit of green in that area. So as the rock cooked, it was controlled. Okay, so even though it was unstable, and you don't need to buy gadgets and things and spend money unnecessarily, you can just practice and find you can do it. Okay, so we've got Bexalite 17% and 82% aluminium. That's no good. Don't like those numbers, so we'll look at the next piece. And it might be that the way the rock is broken, that despite having all that Bexalite in it, it's not worth putting all the crap or the other materials into the ship. As I said, the cross is not aligned with where the laser points. So when you're sucking rocks up, you've got to be really careful. What's that again? 12%. That's going to be 1.2 times 0.7, and that's nothing. So there's more than one rock there by the looks of it. Let's move this over there a little bit. That's 75% Bexalite and 24 inert. So 10% is 5. Multiply that by 7.5. Or should I say 3/4 of the total. So again, it's only going to be, what? Call it 1.5, nearly 2. It could be round about 4 SCU, and again that's not enough for me. That rock there needs breaking, and it could be that nearly all the Bexalite is in that bit, but we'll see in a minute. It's got gold around the outside. Nope, it's just a shitty break by the looks of it. When you're doing boras, you get much better boras breaks, but Bexalite tends to be a little more mixed. 41% is only going to be under 3. Again, that's not worth it. So despite the rock looking quite good in the first instance, it's really not worth bothering with, in my opinion. Let's move forward. Let's have a look at these rocks. Did I look at these before? I don't think I did. Looked at the big ones. Gold. I might have looked at these. You would think it would remember them. Gold. As I said, normally you'd collect gold. Gold's usually really value. But at the moment, boras, Bexalite, laranite is much better. So it looks like this is bit of a miss. That's Boras, but Boras and Laranite, that's 40. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, you idiot, I'm reading the wrong things again. It's not the first time. Right. Did I check this one out?
Mining mode
May have missed this.
fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Let's see what it is. Taranite, okay, not interested at the moment. Again, normally yes, not now.
Mining mode off.
So, off we go. Try and see if we can find something better. And we did earlier, definitely. As I said, I filled up my ship twice with Boras and 19 SCU for $500,000. It's worth it. So my first hour or so, potentially, there was a lot of money there. And then since I had a quick 2-minute break, not so much. Don't bother with a Felsic. Oh, that's Felsic as well. I'll have a quick look then. It's probably tempting me over and it'll have nothing there worth getting.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Bold. Not worth it at the moment. As I said, it usually is.
Mining mode off.
Oh, there's Johnny, look. What's he in? He's jerking around a bit. He's coming to meet me. I think these are going to be little crystals. Yeah, looks like it. Don't know what these are. Quartzite.
Johnny said, few ships here.
What, you mean mining or just dead ones?
Combat.
Oh yeah. Did they attack you?
Now,
See what we got.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
This is actually a proper rock. Mind you, Felsic is close. Titanium, Hephaestonite. Hephaestonite's good, usually. As I said before, something with a knight in it. Laranite, Hephaestonite, Titanium. But not today. I don't think I'll find much here, to be honest. Can you hear the squeaking in the background? There's Johnny. Those first two I picked up, Johnny, were really good. But since then, not so much. Or not so much what I'm looking for. Oh, right, you're salvaging, are you? I can't see what you're in. Is that a salvager? Bexolite, okay. Let's have a crack. 47. That's going to be quite a bit, isn't it? 47% of 39. Oh, you in the little doodad. Oh, you come to help with some of the big rocks. This one's an easy one. Just adjusting my angle. So John is in the starter miner ship, which I've got one of those as well, and the other half's got one. So he'll probably mine for gold as long as he doesn't blow it up. Right, to put myself in reverse. 47% Bexolite, just under half. So if this breaks good, then we'll fill the ship up. Is it going to break good? Probably not, no. Instability, 73%. Or 73.67 if it is percents. That's fine. As I said, if you do what I said before, we're in the optimal place at the moment. Surprised this hasn't started going yet. Let's put this in a little bit more. Oh no, back a little bit more. Once this starts, it'll probably be bubbling everywhere. Like as you say, it starts racing up. Better put my shields on. Okay, start dropping the laser. Need it at a point that I've got control. That laser behind me, which you should hear out your left speaker if you've got headphones on, is sounds like a Gazelle helicopter blade, because it makes a weird sound like that, quite a very distinctive sound. I need to move my head so I can see what's going on. If you're wondering what mouse I am using, it's really cheap now. It's about half price as it used to be, which is a Logitech. Is it 6502 or G502 or something? It's really good for mining. Right, let's see how this goes. If you need help with anything, Johnny, just say. If there's something too big, and I'll help. And you can collect it. Bexolite, 48%. Oh man, that's such a bad crack. %, just over a half. It's really not great, is it, with the Bexolite today? $38. Oh, is that other part of that rock? What's that one there? It's a different rock. That's better. 68%. Oh, it's only a bit better. It's not great, is it? Don't want to bump into Johnny. Was it not that one? That one there. I'll take that. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's going to go bang. Forgot to change my laser over. Let's suck the rock up before it blows up. Probably blew up inside me. 1.14. Jesus, yeah, some of that blew up. Just not worth it. It's just really crap brakes. There's a piece in there somewhere, I think. 62. There's something there. I'll take it. If it's the bit I'm pointing at. Boras, Laranite, Bexelite. Those are the three I need. I know I need some small units of it, but this is ridiculous. This piece was underneath. That would be good if it was a good piece, but I don't think it will be. If anyone's got any questions, nah, it's not. It's pretty shitty, isn't it? Please feel free to jump in.
Went to another site.
Oh yeah, where did you go to? Oh, you mean you moved on somewhere? If you find something you can't do and you need help, shout. I'll come and help you out, and you can keep whatever, you know, we break from it. Have you found anything worth taking? Boras is the easiest. You only need 19. After refining, of course.
Ghosts_shell said,
Hey, Ghosts.
The multi equals ship instability penalty.
Yeah. And just work around it. I don't use any add-ons. I just use... Alright, where are you, matey? I'll come and help you out. Yeah, I'm aware of that, and they did it because people would use multiple ships instead of spending money on them all. So people would say, well, you got 3 lasers, why can't we use 3 ships? It's cheaper. So they made it more unstable. Oh God, though, yeah. So you just have to work with it, and there's a lot of different ways of working with it.
Ghosts_shell said, KK, that's why the moon was always better for me.
Johnny says,
Yeah.
boom lol.
Yeah, boom. Me and Stingy went to do one and didn't realise how bad it was. But you should be able to adjust. It probably would have been easier with the Lancet than the Helix on. Because this has got so much more power. We always used to work in pairs when we used to do mining. And like, if I help him out, he keeps it. If he helps me out, I keep it, and so on. That's how it used to work. Which rock you looking at, matey? That one over there. Can you see where his laser is? I'm not doing anything, mate. That's an easy rock. You should be able to do that. Look where his laser's pointing. He's actually pointing at the rock, I think. But there's a bit of a graphical glitch. Look where his laser is. Can you see that, Johnny? Oh, it's going to blow us up in here, I know it. Johnny, you're not supposed to make it go bang. Not like that anyway.
Length. Long.
Yeah, I could see. Did you see where your laser was? What's going on with this? Oh, bugger. I think my button's playing up.
Mid-rock.
That's better. Nope. My button is not letting me go forward.
Mining mode off.
Oh, the reason why my button's not going forward, you such an idiot. Perhaps if you press the wrong button, the right button. Did you get anything from that, Johnny?
Extraction mode on. Mining mode
No.
on.
You blew it up. I thought it was a bit harsh when it went. Look at his laser. It's like Star Wars, isn't it? Oh, are you doing another one?
Ghosts_Shell said, I now never did get to testing if I run a helix on one and a different with stability if you can offset the second ship penalty.
Not really played.
Johnny said, we
I can. I managed to get a 14 K mass rock earlier, and do it with just the laser on the head, laser on, and that's it. You just have to be careful most of the time, and the same with instability. Oh, clangs on my keyboard. Let's move up.
Ghosts_Shell said, you doing a stamp surge combo or what?
No, nothing. I just literally put a laser on. I never bother with any of the other stuff at all. I never have done. And since they came out, when I went to do it once and they're just buggy. And then I've never found the need, to be fair. And even this morning, there was a 1400, was it 1400?
Regia or Focus. Oh hey, how about gadgets? It's a cool deal.
It's, yeah, but I can't be asked. I just go out. What we got here, see, it's not, this rock is nothing, is it really? 37%, 10, that's going to be about 15 SCU of borax. It shouldn't really take much to break. Some of the rocks I was breaking earlier, literally, I was well into the chevron bit on a massive rock and still managed to break it, and still managed, even though the green bit was tiny, just kept it in the right place and it just popped, and that was that. But as I've explained earlier, there's two things. One is the mouse has got a little clutch on it, so you can change your laser just by tensing your finger. You're not pushing through clicks. The other thing is I use the throttle, so where I'm just over optimal at the moment, if that starts to get a little too unstable, I can move back and I can control the ship to 1 meter a second, you know what I mean? So I've got a really fine control over my throttles and a reasonable control over the mouse. Obviously, as soon as I start putting more power in and the rock starts cooking, it's going to jump up and down a little bit different. But usually I find once I get it stable and I know where it is when it stops moving, which obviously is less than that, if I can't control it through the mouse, then I'll use the throttle and move back slightly, and then that means that the mouse is applying less power. Oh, guess who didn't have it in reverse? You stupid idiot. Can't believe I just done that. I usually do it at least once every few weeks, but Jesus, not a good time to do it, is it? Let's get back to where I was. So that was really running away then, so I don't necessarily need to be right the way up to optimal, so I can go probably about halfway. Make sure I'm in reverse this time.
Johnny said, beams bits all over place lol.
Oh, your beam, yeah, it's hilarious. Make sure I am in reverse. Right. There I am, and I've done all the others just so nicely without a mistake. Hey ho. Let's wait for that to start. So a little bit further away now. I know your beam, that's what happened with Stingy. His beam was pointing like the other direction as though it was still stowed. Can go up a bit more there. Can't believe I'm surprised my laser is still working. That was a bit of a smack. It's one of the things I pointed out that you have to be careful of. There we go. I'm just looking for the point at which I've got a bit better control over the laser. Can't see the bloody thing. Oh, ship's moved, look. Didn't notice it drifted off. Let's try again. I wondered why that happened. And I didn't have my shields on that time. A bit late, but never mind. It wasn't such a big bang, and I should be in reverse. Yeah. That could have been embarrassing again, eh? That's good. That is a perfect rock there. Inert materials. That's exactly what you want to see. You've got a big lump of crap out the way. Let's see what this one does. This is the killer, really. It's just so slow. That's another good one. Everything but what you want. So, based on those, hopefully we find a rock with stuff that we want in. That was interesting. That was scared. That was probably the rock with everything in it. Aluminium. That's inert. Let's have a look at that down here. Aluminium. It's a good chance the one that went pop ages after is the one that had got Bexlite in. I mean boros. Now it's 100% boros. Why are my rocks just blowing up? Or is Johnny there? There you go. 13.5 SCU of boros. There's another rock somewhere down here, I think. Yeah. Let's see what it says. 4%, not worth it. So this one here, I'm going to have to crack. Turn the laser down. Make sure it's in reverse. Which it's not. It is now. This is likely to just go up by itself really, really quick. Did you want this, Johnny, by the way? Because this whole rock is just boros. 13.5 SCU. Right, I need to go a bit closer because that's telling me that I'm not touching it. I'll get ready to switch the laser off as well.
Low SPS.
Alright, you're already done, are you? So I'm just on the edge of where the laser is. Let's wind it up a bit, see what happens. Because I'm so far away, I'll take more laser. And if I can't get it to move, I just get a little bit closer. Right, okay. And backwards still. I know if I go to where optimal is, there's going to be too much going into it. Here.
Where you're taking stuff.
CRU01. Just look for the sun and it'll be by the sun. I think I forgot to put my shields on. Oh no, they're already on. That's good. Some of that boros disappeared.
Extraction mode on.
Is that you, Johnny, underneath me? Won't take much now before. Cheeky riff. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Not a lot in there, not worth it. How much have I got? 29. I think that might be enough. Unless we've got any other rocks around here.
Go and check out a ship.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna fly up to CRUL 1 once I go forward. Oh, too far. Alright, we got shells on, that's why. Right, where's the sun? It's over there.
Come see.
Oh, you mean a dead one? Where are you?
Loads of boxes.
You found a wreck, or is it just boxes? Knackered my engines a bit by the looks of it. Where are you looking? Down in the hole? Oh, that ship. The upside down ship.
Landing successful.
Make sure I've got my helmet on, which I have. I've got a square map. This is where I find out that the ladders don't go down to the floor. So when I get out, I won't be able to get back in again, but hey ho.
Scanner showed boxes.
Oh, right, okay. Are they running in? Oh, it's asleep. I don't have any weapons on me. I can't open it. Come this side, Johnny. And you might be able to jump up on me. Close but no cigar. Come this side.
Underscore shell said, if the shields are off, use your ship guns.
Oh, I suppose so.
Johnny said, door open.
Yeah, oh, the door's open, is it?
Ghosts underscore shell said, you wait, there's two of you. Throw him out to a ship.
Yeah, could do. Can we not turn the ship over? Mass exceeds. I could drop you, Johnny, if you want. I don't know what boxes they are. If they're mission boxes, you can't do anything with them.
Or something.
Yeah, need something. Missed it. Not very good at this.
You can sell to pirate sites.
No, I went backwards. Oh, come on. No, I'm missing here, Johnny. You can have a go at jumping if you want, mate. My jumping's pretty shit.
Standard proof, I don't think Hook and Days stack.
Oh, you can jump off somebody. Let me move a bit closer. We used to do it to get into the side doors on the Cutlass Black at one point.
Hook says we were given excuse.
Ow. John. I know what he's done. He's a bugger in there. He's just knocked me out and put me in there.
Johnny said, shit.
You just...
Underscore Shell said, because of the ladder that ship and a few others are near impossible to break into.
Johnny said, door shut lololol.
Yeah, I saw you,
Said, oh, that's too right.
Did you just jump off me or did you smack me one?
Sit in pilot seat over
Yeah.
there.
I was gonna. Private property. I can get in the seat. There we go.
Johnny said, it's best to not ask.
Yeah, I thought you might have smacked me.
Knocked you out, then transport beam.
Yeah, that's what I thought you'd done.
Ghosts underscore Shell said, it lives.
There's a bit. There's quite a bit wrong with it. Not exactly sure what. Unless he's stripped it. Oh, don't look good, does it? Got my head down. It's still repairing. Yeah, it is. One power plant. It's good getting the boxes out anyway. Let's go and have a look. Are they mission boxes anyway? Where's all the
Johnny
boxes?
said, no idea.
There's no more boxes in here, matey. Not what I don't want to do.
Did Yali Kate?
I did. I opened all the doors. Did you want all the? Did you want all the ports open? It's already switched on as well. Is that what you wanted to do?
Messy.
Oh, I thought it might be. Okay. There's no more boxes in it or anything like that.
Got some goodies for you.
And what am I going to do with them?
Some outside.
What you got? Some outside. Outside the ship or outside where? Pick up in. I've got no scanner one yet. Is that where he's put them? Oh, right, it's a store all. Let me open this for you. As long as it doesn't jam my door and then I'm stuck out. Don't like the sound of the new inventory where, oh, come on, open, where all the boxes are going to open. Got the box in between there and there at the moment. Come on, why is this not opening? Where's the door for this, or is it still old school? Can you open
More
the...
was on scanner.
I never saw any more. There's no boxes in it that I could see. Let me get out the seat and it'll open the door.
Just ignore me, just random stuff.
Just random stuff. It's probably nothing in there. I know what John is like. Oh, no loot then.
Another box.
Oh. Picked up my fire extinguisher now that I didn't want. Looks empty. Why can't I loot it? Or is that it? Let's have a look. Oh, I see. Okay.
Uses LT, etc.
Yeah, I see. Come on, drop the box down. Right, let's go. Let's go back to the refinery.
Something different.
Well, yeah, I suppose. We could salvage the ship, I suppose, although it is somebody's. I can't remember what the rules are. Where's the sun gone now? Over here. Let's take these back and I need to collect the other stuff. Not sure how much stuff I've got so far. I know there's a lot in the hangar, but that's stingies and pups and yams, which is where we put that. Where's the sun going? Is it moved over there? Right, okay. It's a bit easier.
Ill take back salvager.
Yeah, have you put anything down there to find it? It's where markers could come in useful, isn't it? To be fair. So So the stuff that I mined earlier should be done now. As I said, you lose just over half the stuff that you mine. Or not, you don't lose it as such, it's an ore, like iron ore, not all of it is iron. And the same as these raw ores are not all the mineral that you're after. So some of it is just waste. Got a bit of damage on the engine. Now I have to use my foot properly to land.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Where does it put me this time? To move my landing bay. Whenever you're stuck for your landing bay, just look for the ice cream cone.
Stingy 13 said,
Hey.
what's going on?
You right, Stingy? I've been mining, matey.
Landing gear down.
Sorry, I know it's not the right day. I've been mining, my stuff goes in the ship, all our stuff is still in the hangars. We need some small bits, as in 1 SCU and 2 SCUs. All the boxes we got are 4s, and if we submit them as 4s, we'll have to give 20 and we waste 1 SCU, because you won't get change. So I might have some bits on this one, but I've done some pretty damn good hauls, to be honest, this morning. Considering I started with the ship thinking it's a shark and bobbing up and down through the top of the elevator like a shark. But I collected a load of boras this morning. Well, early afternoon.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Hey, hello, pup.
Hello, Mr. Mel. How's it going?
Oh, sorry. I haven't got TeamSpeak on, have I? Oh, sorry, Johnny. Just 1 minute. Everyone's coming on now. No, I don't even have TeamSpeak on. How bad is that? I want to know where their money is. Give me my money.
I'm not aunties.
Oh, you're not on there. Let's have a
Just
look.
got in.
Oh, you just got in from work? I bet Stingy's not as well. He's just come to give me grief. Oh, there he is. Hey up, Stingy. Already? What time is it? Oh yeah, it's 5:05. Just putting this last batch in the oven. And then I was going to call it there.
Just had some things down in the apartment.
Ah, right. I was going to say, thought it was a bit late. Right, we'll go up to the refinery, move the stuff over that I got earlier. Pop this in, and then I think that says 4/7, 2-3 weeks probably. And it won't be very good, I don't think, to be fair. I mean, if we actually ship this stuff off, you think how much money we've made from it, and I know it's an event. And there's all sorts of things I haven't bothered with, like gold and all the nights, which normally I would. I don't think we're going to be able to. Yeah, no worries, but no worries. I've got through 2 of those already this year. Right, okay, both of these are done. As you can see, I had some really good rocks, and I managed to sort a 1400 mass rock with just my laser, which I was quite pleased with. So this one, we'll go and set up a work order. As I said, I've got some crap in this. The ones earlier on today didn't have any crap in. I'll keep that.
Going tomorrow morning early. It's like a 7-hour drive.
Oh yeah, I remember. I remember you said before it's a 7-hour drive, and only you can drive, I take it. So no one can share the driving.
Yeah.
Not good, is it? You want to teach them to drive? Mind you, then you'd have to buy them a car. They sell the inert materials, and I think that's it for today. So if there's anybody on YouTube watching, which is unlikely, thank you very much. I'll be streaming on Saturday, which will be...
Anyway.
Oh, you're going alone? Ah, right. Fair enough.